Chapter 739. Because of his previous refinement experience, Fan Yuan was very familiar with refining the desolate beast bat wings this time. After half a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he transplanted this pair of desolate beast bat wings to his back. According to his excellent tradition, Fan Yuan still preserved the pain sensation of his bat wings. On this day, Fan Yuan stood at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, testing his killer move. 100 Li. With a single thought, his crimson eyes suddenly shone brightly. Looking around, all the grass and rocks within 100 Li could be seen clearly, as if they were placed in front of him. Beyond 100 Li, his vision became blurry, but it was still much clearer than before. When he reached 400 Li, his vision reached its limit. He could only see some colors and shadows. 100 Li is the foundation of 1000 Li. The latter is an immortal killer move, but it needs the relevant immortal goo to be used. Fan Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was worth 6 immortal yuan stones. It was very effective. But his vision could not see through concealment. Once his vision was blocked by an obstacle, he would not be able to see what was behind him. This was the weakness of 100 Li. Fan Yuan memorized the pros and cons. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky. He continued to activate 100 Li while flying around, observing the sky and the ground, experiencing a clear vision. Lion fur armor. He willed as he activated a defensive killer move. Soon, his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor, a lion's head helmet. Even the wings on his back were covered in a thick layer of armor. His defense increased greatly. But following that, his speed became slower. Lion fur armor and true solid bat wings are not a perfect match. Once I activate the lion fur armor, the speed of true solid bat wings will fall. If I do not use it, even though the speed is fast, I will not be able to balance my defense. Fan Yuan frowned. This problem was beyond his abilities. Being able to modify a movement killer move like lion fur armor and balancing the down marks of 3 paths was already the limit of transformation path master attainment level. But he still had to balance the lion fur armor. This was too difficult for Fan Yuan. If he was a transformation path grandmaster, it was still possible. However, in order to reach the level of a grandmaster, it usually required a lot of time and accumulation. This was not a few decades, but 100 years. Several hundred years. Currently, Fan Yuan's highest attainment was Blood Path and Strength Path. The Blood Path Grandmaster realm was the accumulation of 200 to 300 years of Fan Yuan's 500 years of experience. It could be seen from this point. It was difficult to raise one's realm. It was difficult to accumulate. His Strength Path was also at the Grandmaster realm. Other than a small part of it being accumulated in his previous life, the majority of it was due to the reckless savage demon Venerable's infusion of true meaning from Fan Yuan. Otherwise, it would take 200 to 300 years to reach the Grandmaster realm. At Gu Immortal level, they had the strength to search for and control lifespan Gu, or other methods to extend their lifespan. Ordinary mortals had a lifespan of 100 years. But as long as Gu Immortals worked hard, they could live for hundreds of years. Even thousands of years old. The long lifespan and time made the word accumulation even more significant. Why couldn't Fan Yuan and He Lulan defeat Immortal Monkey King Shirley? Because after Shirley became an immortal, with Combat Immortal Sect behind him, he accumulated for close to 300 years. Fan Yuan and He Lulan had just ascended. How could they compare to his 300 years of accumulation? It was normal to lose. Then, why did Fan Yuan and He Lulan have above-average battle strength among rank 6 Gu Immortals even though they had just become Gu Immortals? Fan Yuan relied on the support of the predecessors of 88-point Jinyang Tower, while He Lulan relied on her mother's inheritance, as well as the help of her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. In other words, they were relying on the support and accumulation of their predecessors. If I want to increase my strength rapidly, it will take a long time and the efficiency will be very low. In my previous life, I walked the blood path and spent over 200 years to comprehend more than 10 mortal killer moves and create hundreds of new blood path Gu. I have to learn from this lesson. In this world, there are many capable people, geniuses and heroes are everywhere. In the long river of history, there are dazzling stars and pinnacles everywhere. If I want to stand out and advance bravely, I can only use the legacy and accumulation of predecessors to absorb their essence into my own body. As the saying goes, the sea can contain all rivers. It is great to be tolerant. By gathering the strengths of all paths, I can lead the masses and even surpass all living beings, achieving supreme achievements. Fan Yuan flew in the air, his gaze flickered as he sighed internally. When people are young, they often think of themselves as extraordinary. They feel like they are the main character of the stage. But after experiencing some things, they will understand and accept that many people are not inferior to them in terms of talent. As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you in the world. A person's lifespan is limited after all, like a lone boat. And this profound principle of heaven and earth is like a vast and boundless ocean. Since ancient times, there were only 10 people who could reach the peak of heaven and earth in a certain principle. But even for them, they couldn't do everything at the peak of the sect. Thus, giant sun immortal and thieving heaven demon venerable had to ask long-hair ancestor for help in gu refinement. In the legends of Renzu, it was recorded, Renzu stepped on the path of his life, his surroundings were dark and his feet were covered in dirty mud. Renzu asked Self-gu, "Where is this?" Self-gu replied, "This is the lowest level of ordinary abyss, the ordinary quagmire." Renzu knew about ordinary abyss. His eldest son, verdant great son, had once been trapped in the abyss. Renzu said excitedly, "Since this is the bottom of ordinary abyss, doesn't that mean I have already left the door of life and death? I have returned to the world? Doesn't that mean I have been reborn?" "You can say that," Self-gu said. "But how is that possible? I have not passed Luopa Valley or Reverse Flow River," Renzu said in disbelief. Self-gu, "Oh human, you need to know, you are talking about the path that Fate-gu walked on. And you have already walked on a new path. This is a completely new path that was created by you. Wherever this path leads to, it is all according to your will. I have said it before. The path is under your feet, as long as you want to walk on it." Renzu realized at once. So that's it. But he was puzzled. Then how did I get here? Self-gu said, "Humans are born ordinary. Even though you are the spirit of all living beings. You do not have the claws of a tiger. Unlike grass that can absorb nutrients from the earth, there are no changes. What is so strange about you coming to the ordinary quagmire? You're not the only one. If you look carefully at the mud under your feet, you'll find many footprints." Renzu lowered his head, getting close to the ground. Only then did he see clearly. Like Self-gu had said, the ordinary quagmire was filled with all sorts of marks. There were the claws of wild beasts. There were also traces of plants taking root, traces of water flowing, and traces of stones rolling over. "Why are there so many marks?" Renzu asked curiously. Self-gu answered, "This is ordinary abyss. All living beings will enter here for all sorts of reasons. All living beings will enter here. All living beings are ordinary. But most living beings, their entire lives are trapped in ordinary abyss. Only a small portion of living beings, through their own hard work and trekking, walk out of ordinary abyss. I do not want to be trapped here my entire life. There is nothing here, the stench is overwhelming, I want to leave too." Renzu frowned. Self-gu laughed loudly. "If you think ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think ordinary is heaven, then it is heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave. Use your own 2 feet to walk out of the ordinary quagmire, and become extraordinary." Renzu took a step forward. Suddenly his body tilted. His front foot had sunk deep into the quagmire. It was not easy to walk in a quagmire, one step deeper than the other. The surface of the road looked the same, but some were more solid, while others were softer. Renzu walked a few steps before his eyes brightened. He thought of a trick. He walked towards the places with the claw marks. Since there were traces left behind in these places, it meant that the soil was more solid. Thus, Renzu's walk became smoother compared to before. He was walking like he was flying. He said emotionally, So in the ordinary quagmire, walking in the footsteps of the former is much faster than exploring alone. After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fan Yuan descended from the sky, casually landing on a grassland slope. Unfamiliar face. Fan Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. The goo worms used to form this killer move were all purchased by Hu Immortal Land Spirit from Jewel Yellow Skies. A small portion were refined by his own hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fan Yuan retracted his bat wings, and only a pair of his 8 thick arms were left. The fangs in his mouth became much smaller, his red eyes also turned slightly red. Eventually, Fan Yuan's 6-meter-tall body also shrunk to a normal person's size. His appearance had changed greatly. But his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body, it was not concealed. Even so, Fan Yuan could not help but praise. Amazing! This is only a mortal killer move, but it caused such a huge transformation to my immortal body. As expected of thieving heaven demon venerable. Fan Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could transform into any appearance, even from male to female. It would be extremely realistic. But he had an immortal body now, his body was filled with strength path Dao marks. As a mortal killer move, it was not easy for it to transform so much. Most importantly, this transformation was not an illusion, it was a real transformation, it even involved a slight change in his aura. All in all, even if Fan Yuan stood in front of Tai Bai Yinxing right now, he would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie as his junior brother within a short period of time. Master, you've become prettier. Oh, this letter just arrived. Right at this time, little Hu Immortal Land Spirit appeared with a flash, holding a letter Gu and handing it to Fan Yuan. Oh? Letter sending green bird Gu. Spirit Affinity House finally has a reply? Fan Yuan's gaze flickered, he took the letter Gu and entered his mind. After a while, he came back to his senses, a pondering expression flashed across his face. Feng Kim Hong actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention and compete in Refinement Path? I remember that in her early years, she had no interest in Refinement Path. Her foundation in this aspect was like a blank piece of paper. Why is she so confident that she wants to compete in Gu Refinement with me? Could it be that she has already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Gu? Fan Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Fan Yuan's gaze was like smoke, he thought of his previous life. Chapter 740. To think that 400 years ago today, dream realms have already appeared. Fan Yuan held the messenger green bird Gu in his hand, sighing internally. At once, he had no interest in experimenting with killer moves. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to start a huge war, suppressing the other 4 regions with just one continent, expanding at lightning speed. Next, the 4 regions joined forces and resisted Central Continent's attack with difficulty. The entire battle fell into a deadlock, just as the 4 regions joined forces and attempted to counterattack Central Continent. Dream realms started appearing in all 5 regions. In this world, ever since Ren Zhu created the first batch of humans started dreaming. Every time they dreamed, they would add more territory and strength to the dream realm. After a long period of time, with countless changes, countless heroes and geniuses appeared in the human race, continuously expanding the dream realm. The dream realm became larger and larger, finally reaching a qualitative change and manifesting itself. People soon discovered that even though the dream realm environment was extremely complex and dangerous, it contained huge benefits. From the dream realm, the later generations could obtain the foundation of their predecessors, allowing their cultivation attainment levels to rise rapidly. The increase in attainment level could easily take decades, centuries, or even centuries. Because of the dream realm, Gu Masters' attainment levels rose rapidly, causing their strength to rise sharply. Countless experts emerged like a geyser. Before this, resources were mostly controlled by clans and sects, and it was hard to raise their attainment levels. Unless they were extremely talented, ordinary Gu Masters could not make a name for themselves. After the Dream Realm appeared, their attainment levels rose sharply, standing on the shoulders of their predecessors. Goo Masters could easily recreate countless goo worms and killer moves. On this basis, they could create new goo worms, new goo recipes, and new killer moves that were suitable for themselves. It was a great era of great changes. Many small forces that were disliked rose up one after another. Countless lone rogue cultivators appeared one after another. The appearance of dream realms. They attacked the established system and structure. Order was lost, and the huge benefits made people go crazy. The original plan of the 4 regions joining forces to resist Central Continent was completely shelved before it could even proceed. All the forces, countless goo masters and goo immortals. They all set their sights on the dream realms. In order to fight for the dream realms that manifested in different areas, the 5 regions attacked each other, falling into complete chaos. And in order to better explore the dream realms, countless knowledgeable people or geniuses started to research related goo worms. Soon, the brand new path of Dream Path. It was quickly established and developed rapidly. The legendary rank 8 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Iyan's prophecy of 3 venerables was brought up again. He predicted that countless years later, after 3 great eras, there would be 3 venerables, 2 men and 1 woman. The first was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the second was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, the third was Great Dream Immortal Venerable. As for the problem of space escape goo, it would be solved by Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already appeared. Everyone was even more convinced that the 3 venerables' words were credible. Link the 2 together. Soon, a general consensus was formed. The Dream Realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who could occupy the entire Dream Realm? Who would be able to use the accumulations of the predecessors to become the Great Dream Immortal Venerable who surpassed all the sages in history, the King of Immortal Kings, the Venerable above Venerables. In my previous life, I was able to rise up and become a hegemon not only because of my fortuitous encounter in the Blood Path, but also because of the 5 regions' chaotic war. The various superpowers' control over the situation was greatly reduced, and they were all focused on exploring the Dreamlands. They didn't have the time to care about the general situation in the real world, which gave me the space and time to develop freely. Unfortunately, by the time I gained a foothold in the real world, the Dreamlands, this brand new territory, had already been occupied by the various forces. Although I can use Dream Path Mortal Goo to explore the Dreamlands, but I am still at the initial stage. I am far behind others. Unless I obtain a Dream Path Immortal Goo, I can only catch up later. Precisely because of this, Fan Yuan worked with Song Zhong and the other demonic path Goo Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land and kill Feng Kim Hong. But unfortunately, he did not obtain her Dream Wings Immortal Goo. Without an Immortal Goo and only some Dream Path Mortal Goo, when Fan Yuan explored the Dreamlands, he was constantly suppressed by the various forces. He was unable to obtain any huge gains. Fan Yuan inherited a blood path inheritance in his previous life. He was constantly being hunted down and hunted down. Later, after he established Bloodwing Demon Sect, he had to spend a lot of time and energy on the sect. Because of this, he missed the golden time to explore the Dreamlands. After rebirth, he reflected on himself. This mistaken decision-making was mostly due to external forces, while a small portion was due to his decision-making error. Thus, in this life, he remembered this lesson. Even though he had a foundation in Blood Path, he did not rashly cultivate Blood Path before obtaining that crucial Blood Path inheritance. Blood Path Goo Masters were hunted by everyone. Not only were they wanted by the Righteous Path, even the Demonic Path were wary of them. Only during the 5 regions' chaotic war, when order was broken, could Blood Path show itself. Others had no time to care about it, and it could prosper. So the Dreamlands had already manifested over 400 years ago. All the super forces had already made contact. Thus, after 300 years, when the Dreamlands manifested everywhere, these forces immediately entered the Dreamlands and occupied them. They were prepared. It was not an injustice that I lost to them in my previous life. During this period in his previous life, Fan Yuan was still a mortal, struggling at the bottom of the Goo Master hierarchy. he was bound by his memories and experiences from Earth. Only after a long time did he break the shackles of his thoughts. Sometimes, the advantage of a transmigrator was also a disadvantage. This also caused the information in his memory to deviate from what really happened. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was 7-star child immortal zombie. In Fan Yuan's previous life, this star constellation immortal zombie was the one who obtained the most benefits from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment worlds. But he was actually the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The reason why he called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was likely because one of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realms manifested in his blessed land. This allowed 7-star child to obtain some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's accumulations. 7-star child's matter was the truth. But if Feng Kim Hong truly comprehended the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo, he would have done it much earlier than in my previous life. Is this the effect of me seizing Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Fan Yuan pondered. Feng Kim Hong comprehended the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. This will definitely alarm Spirit Affinity House, and Spirit Affinity House's actions will affect the other 9 great ancient sections. From the 9 great ancient sects, it will spread to the whole of Central Continent. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. This way, the progress of people's exploration of dream realms might have been greatly accelerated because of me. As Fan Yuan thought of this, he felt a sense of urgency. Dream realms were a completely new map. They were dangerous and complex. There was only one type of resource, but it was incomparably abundant. Fan Yuan would not make the same mistake in his previous life. But in this situation, dream realms have not manifested on a large scale. Manifested dream realms can be explored using Dream Path Mortal Goo. Dream realms without manifested dream realms can only be explored using Immortal Level Dream Path Immortal Goo. Regarding Immortal Level Dream Path Immortal Goo, Fan Yuan was very familiar with them. But currently, Feng Jioga and Fairy Bai Qing were still alive, while Dream Wings Immortal Goo was in the hands of a mortal like Feng Kim Hong. No one dared to target it. Dream Travel was in the hands of Northern Plains Goo Immortal Femme Fatale. She slept in Zidu Blessed Land and was the first Goo Immortal to use Dream Travel to explore dream realms. Later on, as a lone immortal, she became the 3rd overlord of dream realms. Femme Fatale was a rank 7 Goo Immortal. Her battle strength was even greater than Hei Cheng's. The Blessed Land's defenses were impregnable. She could not target it at all. As for the other Dream Path Immortal Goo, they had not been created yet, they had yet to appear, there were no traces of them. Fan Yuan thought about it. He mobilized his primeval essence and erased the contents of the message-sending green bird Goo, filling it in again with his thoughts. He agreed to Feng Kim Huang's challenge. They would fight at the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Kim Hong has Dream Wings Immortal Goo, he is confident. My Refinement Path attainment level has also risen from Master level to Quasi-Grandmaster level. Why would I be afraid of this late-stage Goo Immortal? Fan Yuan snorted coldly in his mind. Deducing the Immortal Goo recipe for Land Spirit of Langya was an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough in his Refinement Path attainment level. The Refinement Path Convention concerns Infallible's inheritance. Such a grand event, even if Feng Kim Hong did not challenge me, I would still go and get a share of the loot. But I need to prepare my own Goo refinement materials for the Refinement Path Convention. If I want to gain something, I need to gather the materials now. Fan Yuan had the experience of participating in the Refinement Path Convention in his previous life. To get a good ranking, he needed to prepare a lot of good materials. They needed to be worth at least 500 immortal yuan stone. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how outstanding the Goo recipe was, it would be hard to continue without materials. Other than this, I will also participate in the auction organized by Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan. According to the latest news, this auction would include the exchange of Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo could not be bought. Normally speaking, they could only be exchanged. When a Goo Immortal obtained an Immortal Goo, it might not be suitable for their path. At this time, they would often exchange with other Goo Immortals, exchanging for an Immortal Goo that was suitable for their path. to display outstanding results. Like how Fan Yuan had worldly wave trace immortal goo, this was a water path immortal goo. When used by Fan Yuan, it was much weaker than when used by water path goo immortals. This was because worldly wave trace immortal goo was a water path immortal goo, while Fan Yuan was a strength path goo immortal. He had strength path Dao marks on him. Strength path and water path interfered with each other, reducing the power of the immortal goo. In Fan Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, because of the high frequency of battles, there were a lot of goo exchanges. But it was still a long time before the 5 regions chaotic war. This Grand Northern Plains auction might be the only opportunity to exchange immortal goo on a large scale in the last 200 years. Fan Yuan naturally had to make use of this opportunity. Other than this, he was also very interested in the luck path inheritance. Chapter 741. Even though he had the Gutsku business, it had only been a short time. Fan Yuan did not have a lot of immortal Yuan stone. Furthermore, during this period of time, refining goo, condensing bat wings, and so on, his progress was very slow. The auction and the refinement path convention, these 2 grand events, were coming soon. Especially the former, it was right in front of him. Where could he get immortal Yuan stone at this time? It could only be the goo immortal blessed lands in the hands of Land's spirit of Langia. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead. I cannot annex other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy a blessed land would be me. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Immortal apertures were small worlds. They could meet and devour each other, but there were rules. Firstly, dead apertures could not be annexed. They could only break apart and dissipate into nothingness. Secondly, immortal apertures could not be annexed by small apertures. Finally, to annex a rank 6 blessed land, one needed master attainment level. Only then could they combine the 2 worlds into one. To annex a rank 7 blessed land, one needed Grand Master attainment level. To annex a rank 8 blessed land, one needed Great Grand Master attainment level. That was to say, if Fan Yuan wanted to annex other immortal apertures, he would first need to reincarnate and turn the immortal aperture into a living land. Secondly, he could only annex the blessed lands of Blood Path, Strength Path, Refinement Path, Enslavement Path, and Transformation Path goo immortals. Blood Path and Strength Path might be Great Grand Master attainment level, but with Fan Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, he could only annex a rank 6 blessed land. Even with such restrictions, goo immortals would not be lenient if they could annex them. Because the immortal aperture was the foundation of a goo immortal's cultivation, annexing a blessed land was the best shortcut to snatch someone else's foundation and raise one's own cultivation level. As long as one was a goo immortal, they would know the value of a blessed land. Regarding the auction of the blessed land, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the auction. In the following days, Fan Yuan refined group strength goo and small family chi goo, while using the light of wisdom goo. He tried to modify the transformation path killer move Unfamiliar Face. At the same time, the desolate beast corpses in jewel yellow skies were still being sold. Half a month passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan's only rank 7 corpse, Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, was successfully sold. Fan Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been yearning for since a long time ago. Malicious thought goo! A few days later, Fan Yuan held a rank 5 mortal goo in his hand. His expression was complicated. This malice goo was personally refined by him according to the goo recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It was quite large. It was about the size of a wash basin and shaped like a spider, but its 8 legs were like iron needles, and the tips of its legs were extremely sharp. On the spider, covered with hard barbed hair. If not for Fan Yuan's immortal zombie body, just touching this goo with an ordinary person's flesh and blood would bleed. Fan Yuan infused his quintessence into it, and immediately, evil thoughts appeared in his mind. These evil thoughts were like bubbles, but there were barbs on the surface. Fan Yuan tried to use these evil thoughts to think. Suddenly, the evil thoughts collided with each other. They collided. It was also very strange. The barbs on the surface of the bubbles connected with each other. Afterwards, they were either destroyed, or fused into larger thoughts. Soon, these evil thoughts were used up. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, showing slight joy in his gaze. It turns out that even Wisdom Path Gu immortals use thoughts as their main method of deduction. As long as they use evil thoughts to think of schemes and schemes against others, their efficiency will increase by many times. An ordinary evil thought can be equivalent to several, or even more than 10 happy thoughts, star thoughts, and space thoughts. Fan Yuan had used the light and mountain and water immortal Gu to produce a vast amount of happy thoughts to aid in his thinking. But he had made a mistake. Although wills were formed from thoughts, their true use was not to think, but to act independently after separating from the main body. Gu immortals created wills and entered jewel yellow skies to help sell the goods. Giant Sun immortal left behind giant suns will to guard 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was the correct use of wills. For example, thoughts were like a kitchen knife, wills were like a long blade. Thinking about problems was like cutting vegetables. A kitchen knife was the best for cutting vegetables, which chef would use a long blade to cut vegetables. Different professions were worlds apart. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious path. Fan Yuan did not know this earlier. Using happy thoughts to think seemed to be effective, but there was a lot of expenditure. It was better to use happy thoughts instead. I now have the Gu recipes of malicious thought Gu and malice Gu. I can refine these two mortal Gu in large quantities. I have already become an immortal. I have unlimited primeval essence. I can produce a large number of evil thoughts. It is cheap but good. Using green grape immortal essence to activate delight in mountain and water immortal Gu is too expensive. In the past, Fan Yuan only had a small number of Wisdom Path mortal Gu. They were all bought from jewel yellow skies. Using these mortal Gu to produce thoughts, there were too few thoughts of different types. They could not support the intense expenditure of deducing immortal Gu recipes. Thus, he used delight in mountain and water immortal Gu. Now that Fan Yuan had the Gu recipes of Wisdom Path mortal Gu, his first choice was to produce these mortal Gu in large quantities. The thoughts produced by a mortal Gu were few, but when the number of mortal Gu increased, the scale of the thoughts would become very impressive. Using delight in mountain and water immortal Gu was not only expensive, it was also a waste of resources. It is a pity that this Wisdom Path inheritance appeared a little late. My transaction with Land Spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe has already entered a new stage. If it appeared earlier, I would definitely be able to save a lot of green grape immortal essence. With the green grape immortal essence saved, the cost would fall sharply, and the profits would increase greatly. It would no longer be around 26 immortal essence. Fan Yuan felt a little regret as he thought of this. But there was no helping it. Life was like this. It was impossible for everything to appear at the perfect time, to satisfy one's desires. There would always be imperfections, there would always be disappointments, there would always be delays. Just like the Wisdom Path inheritance Fan Yuan obtained, it was incomplete, it was quite incomplete. All in all, Fan Yuan being able to obtain the mortal Gu recipes of malicious thought Gu and malicious intent Gu was already a very fortunate thing. Besides these two Gu recipes, there was also a Wisdom Path killer move called harboring malicious intent. The Gu immortal who sold the Gu recipe seemed to have an urgent need for the astral wind heavenly boar's corpse. He seemed to be short of money. If not for this, even if it was an ancient desolate beast's corpse, it was worth several hundred immortal yuan stone, the other party would not sell the Wisdom Path inheritance. Even such an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance was extremely rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fan Yuan stayed in Hu immortal blessed land, refining malicious thought Gu. Although malicious thought mortal Gu is not an expendable Gu, it is a mortal Gu after all, it has its limits. But my primeval essence is unlimited. The more I use it, the longer I use it. These malicious thought Gu will eventually break. With such a thought, Fan Yuan felt that his need for malicious thought Gu would remain at a certain level in the future. As for Gu refinement, it seemed to take a lot of time. Especially when the higher the rank of the Gu worm, the longer the time needed. Many Gu immortals often took decades or even centuries to refine an immortal Gu. Or even hundreds of years. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan decided to invest a large sum of money to purchase hairy men. During this period of time, he sold several batches of guts goo. Each batch had a profit of around 48 immortal yuan stone. He only kept 50 immortal yuan stone with him. He used the rest of the immortal yuan stone to purchase hairy men. This raised the price of hairy men in Treasure Imperial Heaven. What Fan Yuan wanted the most were of course the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land. These hairy men were well nurtured. They were several grades higher than the best goods in Jewel Yellow Skies. Unfortunately, after he asked about Land Spirit of Langya, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, he was also scolded by Land Spirit of Langya, saying that Fan Yuan was not a friend. Even though Fan Yuan was scolded, he was very happy. Land Spirit of Langya scolded him for not being a friend. It meant that Land Spirit of Langya had already treated him as a friend. Even though this friendship was far inferior to the one between Land Spirit of Langya and Inkman King Mo Tan Sang. But the friendship between Mo Tan Sang and Land Spirit of Langya was not of this generation. It could be traced back to a certain generation of Inkman City's city lord from a long time ago. For countless generations, Inkman City had been secretly maintaining contact with Land Spirit of Langya. This friendship was accumulated over a long period of time. Land Spirit of Langya has recently been liberated, and he has obtained so many complete immortal goo recipes. According to his nature, he will definitely refine immortal goo. And refining immortal goo would expend an enormous amount of resources. Even the extremely wealthy Langya Blessed Land could not sustain it. Jewel Yellow Skies cannot allow goo immortals to enter. After the auction, there will be no more opportunities. He wants to sell goo immortal blessed lands. This is an urgent matter for him. Fan Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langya was already secretly anxious. As long as he could not hold it in any longer, he would take the initiative to look for Fan Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya's network was too simple. He only had one Mo Tan Sang. But Mo Tan Sang had the business of Inkman City. He was also a variant human. He had many considerations. How could he be in the limelight and sell these goo immortal blessed lands? The status of variant humans was lower than orthodox humans. Variant human goo immortals were the same. If they saw variant human goo immortals capturing human goo immortals and selling them, the human goo immortals would definitely have a common enemy. That is to say, other than looking for Fan Yuan, Land Spirit of Langya had no other way. This could not be blamed on him. After all, he was a land spirit and could not leave the blessed land. Moreover, Langya Blessed Land was a true treasure land. Wealth could move people's hearts. The blessed land could also be annexed and reduced contact with goo immortals. This was the self-preservation move of Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya was secretly anxious, but Fan Yuan was even less anxious. In the next 2 months, Fan Yuan built another Fan Yuan stone nest in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He filled all the rooms in the stone nest with hairy men. These hairy men were skilled in goo refinement. They were high-quality goods in the Jewel Yellow Skies market. High-grade hairy man slaves. Although Fan Yuan could afford them, the quantity was much lower. When Fan Yuan bought these hairy men, he not only had to pay attention to the quality, he also had to consider the quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of air sac goo would rise sharply. It would also increase the production of guts goo. Fan Yuan would be able to obtain more immortal yuan stone in each transaction. But Fan Yuan did not order all the hairy men to refine air sac goo for the time being. The second stone nest was specially used by Fan Yuan to refine malicious thought goo. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 742. If he wanted to use malicious thought mortal goo to replace delight and mountain and joy immortal goo, the quantity of the former would need to be huge. 23wx Fan Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought goo, not just a few hundred. He estimated that he needed at least 2,000 of them, activating them at the same time and producing malicious thoughts, to barely pass the standard of the light of wisdom. What needed to be emphasized was that these 2,000 malicious thought goo had to be rank 5. Fan Yuan had malicious thought goo recipes from rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 to 5 malicious thought goo all produced malicious thoughts with the same effect. But the number of thoughts produced at once was different, and the primeval essence expended was also very different. Refining goo is not easy. The higher the rank, the harder it is to refine. Especially rank 5 malicious thought goo, it needs to be refined from rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3, and there is no goo recipe that can be refined in one go. This way, the success rate is not high, and the amount of materials required is huge. Fan Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2,000 malicious thought goo. As for malice goo, he did not need it for now. He still had a lot of happy thoughts left in his mind. Refining 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo was no doubt a large-scale goo refinement that would take a long time. If Fan Yuan did not buy hairy men to build the second stone nest, he would have to refine air sac goo in his spare time with the hairy men in the first stone nest. To reach the goal of 2,000 rank 5 goo, he would need at least 10 years. But now that Fan Yuan had the second stone nest and a large number of hairy men, this time was greatly shortened to about 16 months. During this time, if I can modify the goo recipe, if I can think of a brand new rank 5 goo recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought goo, then the 16 months will be greatly reduced. Fan Yuan thought in his heart. His current refinement path attainment level. He was already at quasi-grandmaster level, but his wisdom path attainment level was almost blank. But Fan Yuan was still confident. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he would have unlimited inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not a problem, he could forcibly deduce it. The power of a rank 9 immortal goo. It is indeed terrifying. Fan Yuan was getting more and more aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom goo. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal goo recipes. And these immortal goo recipes were a problem even for the refinement path quasi-great grandmaster land spirit of Langia. Something that made no progress. Fan Yuan could even use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend spent several years to comprehend the immortal killer move Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's remnant recipe. During this period, he had been in seclusion. He did not leave the house. If it was Fan Yuan, and with the same lightning path attainment level, with the help of wisdom goo, it would take at most a month to complete. He Lulon was currently working hard to push the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom to immortal level. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of mortal killer moves and strength path attainment level, to achieve her goal, she would need at least a few years. If it was Fan Yuan, it should be done in half a month's time. In fact, deducing immortal killer moves, Fan Yuan had already been doing it intermittently for a long time. The immortal killer move he deduced was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core immortal goo, Cleanse Soul, could not be used due to hunger. Fan Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace Cleanse Soul immortal goo with other goo worms. But unfortunately, once this one and only immortal goo was gone, its power fell sharply. No matter how many mortal goo worms were used, it could not reach its original power. Throughout the history of goo masters, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an immortal goo in attack power. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move was created by Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao. It was a peerless genius that looked down on both past and present. Thus, when Fan Yuan sold the Desolate Beast's corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies, one of the transactions was to exchange the Desolate Beast's corpses for a rank 5 mortal goo like Battle Bone Will Goo. Battle Bone Will Goo was one of the mortal goo worms that formed the killer move White Bone Chariot. Fan Yuan only had one. It was obtained from Wolf King Chang Shanyan's hiding place in Northern Plains. Fan Yuan's talent could not compare to Shinjiao. Without Cleanse Soul immortal goo, the killer move Myriad Self's power was simply not enough. For the next half a month, Fan Yuan worked hard to modify Malicious Thought Goo's recipe. Besides this, he did not give up on modifying the immortal killer move Myriad Self. During this period, he sold 2 Desolate Beast corpses in Jewel Yellow Skies. They were exchanged for a second pair of Bat Desolate Beast wings, as well as dozens of immortal Yuan stones. Fan Yuan did not want to use Desolate Beast corpses to exchange for immortal Yuan stones. But he only had 50 immortal Yuan stones left. Most of the money was used to purchase hairy men. Now that he was refining rank 5 malicious thought goo on a large scale, he needed a huge amount of resources. Thus, he had to exchange for immortal yuan stones to barely cover his expenses. This way, Fan Yuan only had 3 desolate beast corpses left in jewel yellow skies. He also only had over 20 immortal yuan stones left. His green grape immortal essence, because of his constant deductions, had fallen to 36 beads. But fortunately, Fan Yuan's plan to modify malicious thought goo's recipe had already shown results. The brand new malicious thought goo's recipe, although it did not reach his expectations, had already reduced many steps. The previous rank 5 malicious thought goo needed to be refined from rank 1. Now, the current rank 5 malicious thought goo only needed 2 steps. The first step was to refine it into a semi-finished product. The second step was to refine it into a finished product. Although the success rate did not increase, the steps were reduced, the consumables were reduced by a lot, and the time was also saved. According to this speed, the original 16 months will be cut by half. As long as I refine it for 8 months, I will have 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought goo. However, the immortal origin stones I have on hand are already very tight. At this rate, even if I have the guts goo business to support me, I will not be able to make ends meet. Don't tell me I need to slow down and let the second stone nest refine air sac goo to increase the production of guts goo and earn immortal yuan stones to support the situation. Just when Fan Yuan had no choice but to consider this, the good news he had been waiting for finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your conditions, let's split it 40-60. Land Spirit of Langia said viciously. His mood was very bad. Fan Yuan was short of money because of the large-scale mortal goo refinement. Land Spirit of Langia wanted to refine immortal goo, the resources he needed were more than 100 times of Fan Yuan's. He was even more short of money. As Fan Yuan had expected. Land Spirit of Langia had no other channels, only Fan Yuan could take it. Thus, he had to leave, even if he knew he was at a great disadvantage. Fan Yuan did not want to push his luck, such a division of benefits was already the Land Spirit's limit. If he did not know what was good for him and angered Land Spirit of Langia, not only would he not transact, he would even destroy the relationship he had built with much difficulty. Northern Plains. By Zhu Grotto Heaven. The hall was brightly lit, beauties were singing and dancing, delicacies and wine were placed on the table. Let's eat, I like this dish a lot. It was made using the rank 5 goo worm Vajra flying centipede. It was roasted with charcoal, the meat is delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sat at the main seat, chuckling as he received the 2 goo immortals in the hall. The 2 goo immortals were none other than Qin Bai Xing and Fairy Li Shan. Although it was someone else's dish, the 2 immortals had no qualms. Qin Bai Xing pinched a long piece of meat and opened his mouth. He threw it into his mouth. After chewing, his mouth was full of oil. He raised his thumb and praised. Delicious indeed. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily, looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, how do you feel? Fairy Li Shan was much more refined in eating than Qin Bai Xing. She took small bites and tasted it before smiling lightly. The meat is delicious, not only is it charred, it is also chewy, smooth and refreshing, it is truly a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased. I won't hide it from you two, in order to create this dish, I had racked my brains for 8 days and 8 nights before finally obtaining the finished product. This is one of my most satisfying dishes this year. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's cultivation level was rank 8, he was a lone cultivator. He had a hobby that was famous in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, he liked to cook delicacies and create new delicacies. This time, not only did we successfully invite Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, we even got to taste such a delicacy, we are truly fortunate. Qin Bai Xing spoke at an appropriate time. Heavenly Lord's hospitality, Li Shan will remember it. Now that we have already signed the alliance agreement, please forgive me for not being able to stay for long. Fairy Li Shan continued. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was full of smiles as he nodded. That's right. There are only so many rank 8 elders in Northern Plains. Since you two have already invited me, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and old ancestor Shui Hu, it will not be good if only Princess Impatience is left. Heavenly Lord, please understand, we are going to invite Princess Impatience. Go, go. Do a good job in this auction, I am looking forward to it. Thus, Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan left by Zhu Grotto Heaven. They determined their direction and rushed towards the southeast direction. Halfway through the journey, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fan Yuan had used moving perspective cup gu to send a message. Fairy Li Shan slowly stopped moving. Qin Baixing asked curiously, Fairy, why are you stopping? Fairy Li Shan smiled lightly. There is someone I need to introduce to Lord. Oh? Qin Baixing was interested. At this time, Fan Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture. He looked around before looking at Qin Baixing. Lord Qin, I have heard of your fame. Qin Baixing was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had extraordinary battle strength. He was on par with Shirley. Right now, seeing that Fan Yuan was only an immortal zombie, and had the lowest rank 6 cultivation level, his interest that had just risen quickly vanished. However, seeing that Fan Yuan could come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it showed that Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan had a close relationship. Qin Baixing did not act arrogantly, he nodded plainly and smiled. You flatter me, you are? I am Sha Huang, I have a big deal to discuss with Lord Qin. Fan Yuan smiled. What big deal? Fan Yuan told them about the sale of Gu Immortal Blessed Lands. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan's expressions turned pale. In the moving perspective Gu's letter, Fan Yuan did not explain clearly, he only said that he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was shocked. Sha Huang, you really have a Gu Immortal Blessed Land to sell? Haha, it is not that I have a Gu Immortal Blessed Land. I am only an errand boy. Fan Yuan smiled. He had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan, he had to speak the truth. But this was the truth. He only said half of it. He naturally would not say that he, as an errand boy, earned more than the owner. Qin Baixing's mood calmed down, he guessed that Fan Yuan was a subordinate of some important person. Northern Plains had 4 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface, but according to rumors, some old monsters were still alive. Immediately, Qin Baixing sized up Fan Yuan again. He was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change. This is indeed a big deal. Since little brother thinks so highly of me and has confidence in this auction, how could I possibly refuse to enter? Many thanks to Lord Qin for making an exception. Fan Yuan's smile became even brighter. What do you mean by making an exception? To speak the truth, I am very happy. A Gu Immortal Blessed Land, hee, it will definitely set off a huge auction. Haha, this auction that I am holding will be one of the few grand events in Northern Plains in the last few hundred years. Qin Baixing laughed heartily, he patted the shoulder of this rank 6 immortal zombie Fan Yuan in an amiable manner. To speak the truth, I am a boorish person. Lord Qin's way of addressing me is too strange. If you think highly of me, since I am older than you can call me Big Brother. Qin Baixing was over 700 years old, he was indeed older than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had no objections, he cupped his fists and smiled. Brother Qin. Chapter 743. Qin Baixing was a character indeed. His battle strength was on par with Immortal Monkey King Shirley, but he did not have any arrogance. Not just that, when he conversed with Fan Yuan, he was very friendly, he laughed heartily from time to time, it made people feel that he was very magnanimous. Fan Yuan was using the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face to disguise himself. He had to disguise himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in Qin Baixing's hands. If they had confessed or had their souls searched, Qin Baixing would definitely know Fan Yuan's 8-armed heavenly zombie form. Be it He Luan, Tai Bai Yunxing, or Fan Yuan's 8-armed heavenly zombie form, they could not openly appear in Northern Plains. This was because the 3 of them were key survivors of the 88 True Young building. This was a sensitive period. Ever since the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains, Dong Fong Naganori, deduced that the culprit was not a native of Northern Plains, but an outsider. All of Northern Plains vaguely felt a sense of common hatred against a common enemy. It was unknown how many forces and experts wanted revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces of Northern Plains, their benefits were the most affected. They wanted to cut the culprit into 1,000 pieces, peel off their skin and bones, and torture them for thousands of years to vent their anger. Once Fan Yuan and the rest showed up, even if the crime was not exposed, Northern Plains Gu Immortals would go into action. They would try to get more insider information from Fan Yuan and the rest. Thus, when Fan Yuan appeared, he used the fake name Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into a pair of ordinary zombie arms, and his terrifying body that was 6 meters tall had also been transformed into a pair of ordinary zombie arms. His terrifying body that was 6 meters tall was now the same size as a normal person, or even slightly shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also retracted. He did not look fierce at all. Instead, he gave off a feeling of weakness. Of course, Fan Yuan had already informed Fairy Li Shan of these disguises in his letter. When they established the Snow Mountain Alliance, they had already considered this situation, so it was Fan Yuan and Fairy Li Shan working together to deceive outsiders. It did not violate the Snow Mountain Alliance at all. But even if Fan Yuan was so unremarkable and became an immortal zombie, Qin Baixing's cultivation stagnated and his future was bleak, but he did not look down on him at all. He spoke to Fan Yuan on equal footing. In fact, as they conversed, his tone became more and more intimate. Qin Baixing's attitude made Fan Yuan secretly praise him. This person is indeed a character. No wonder he could overturn the situation. He forcefully turned the dangerous situation of being besieged by Northern Plains Gu Immortals into a favorable situation for him. Qin Baixing was also thinking. This little rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after probing for so long, he did not reveal anything. To this day, I still don't know his background. Even when facing me, Qin Baixing, he can still smile and talk as usual. He is not simple. Not simple. Fairy Li Shan stood at the side, smiling with squinted eyes. She watched as Fan Yuan and Qin Baixing conversed. Fairy Li Shan saw that their conversation was getting more heated. She could not help but chuckle. You two look as if you regretted not meeting earlier. You actually cast me aside, as if you are brothers who have been separated for many years. I am ashamed. Fan Yuan quickly said. Qin Baixing's eyes brightened. Fairy, you are right. Brother Sha and I feel like old friends at first sight. We are really getting along well. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Coincidentally, I have your mountain pledge Gu. From now on, as long as big brother has a bowl of meat to eat, I will not let little brother only drink soup. After the shock, she became even more flustered. Could it be that Qin Baixing is more brilliant than me, and has already seen through Fan Yuan's disguise? Fan Yuan gasped. He immediately showed a thin-skinned and young face expression. I don't dare to claim connections, I don't dare to. Fan Yuan let out an ah, immediately putting on a thin-skinned, young and unable to handle it appearance. I don't dare to claim connections with you. Hey, what are you saying, little brother? What do you mean? This is fate. Don't tell me, brother, you are actually looking down on me, a loner? Qin Baixing's eyes shined brightly. He stared at Fan Yuan with a faint smile on his face. Not good. My unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move after all. Qin Baixing seems to have sensed something. After all, I have displayed too much strength. There are actually Gu Immortal slaves selling Gu Immortal blessed lands. Although Qin Baixing is a lone cultivator, he is skilled in forming alliances and is also participating in the auction. He wants to use me to get close to the strong force behind me. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that he suspects me of being the culprit who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. No matter which possibility it is, it can be seen that this person is strong and hard to deal with. These thoughts flashed past Fan Yuan's mind, but he smiled bitterly on the surface. To speak the truth, Brother Qin and I feel like old friends at first sight. Unfortunately, I am just a minor character and have no choice. I am not as carefree as Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan. It is not that I am unwilling to become sworn brothers, it is that I cannot. Of course they could not become sworn brothers. Once they became sworn brothers, swearing in front of Mountain Pledge Gu would be giving others a handle. The simplest way was for Qin Baixing to say that they could not lie to each other. What would happen to Fan Yuan? How could he reject him? So it is like this. Brother naturally understands that you have difficulties that you cannot speak of. Not only do I understand, I can even help brother. Qin Baixing patted his chest and said. While speaking, he still did not give up on investigating Fan Yuan's background. Fan Yuan cupped his fists and thanked him, before turning around and saying to Fairy Li Shan, Fairy, I have another mission this time. I want to borrow Fairy's Mountain Pledge Gu. I see. Fairy Li Shan glanced at Qin Baixing and hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiaohuang, you might not know, but this time, we are heading to Prince Feng Xian's side to invite him to participate in this auction. We are pressed for time. We do not know if Prince's impatience will be angry. Because we are the last to visit him. Qin Baixing, however, said, Prince's impatience is a role model of the righteous path. How can he be so narrow-minded? Anyway, we still have some time to fly there. It is not a problem to lend it to Brother Xiaohuang. No matter, I am not in a hurry to use it. Fan Yuan cupped his fists. In that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should quickly go. We will bid farewell here. Brother Xiaohuang, why don't you come with us? It is a rare opportunity to meet Prince's impatience. Qin Baixing invited. How could Fan Yuan dare to meet a rank 8 Gu impatience? Especially when this Prince's impatience already had an investigative immortal Gu, it was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from thieving heaven demon venerable, it was only a mortal killer move. It was not enough in front of an investigative immortal Gu. Fan Yuan rejected Qin Baixing's invitation. Watching them fly away and disappear into the horizon, his gaze turned cold. He had experienced Qin Baixing's difficulty in dealing with this time. Compared to the unreasonable Shirley, this person had a nimble mind, who knew how many thoughts had gone through his mind. On the surface, he looked heroic and magnanimous, full of emotions, as if it came from his heart. This acting skill was on par with Fan Yuan. If not for Fan Yuan being an old monster who had been reborn, he might not be able to see Qin Baixing's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, but he can form alliances and influence the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. His methods are truly earth-shattering, he is truly capable. Unfortunately, my luck was bad in my previous life. When the blood mantis was about to appear, I met him on the way and had a huge battle. In the end, I died in that monster's hands. Fan Yuan recalled for a while, before turning around and flying in another direction. Not long after flying, he encountered a group of green ostriches. This kind of bird had a raised back, like a hunchback, its feathers were green and its body was as large as an adult's. They often flew in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of green ostriches was not small, it was a myriad beast group. Fan Yuan did not care, he continued flying forward. The green ostriches discovered Fan Yuan, this prey, and were very excited. They first screeched and quickly approached, but when they got closer, they sensed Fan Yuan's immortal zombie aura and immediately dispersed in fear. All living beings had survival instincts to avoid danger, even wild beasts and birds had good eyesight, they would not foolishly court death. If it were Fan Yuan, the first time he stepped into Northern Plains in this life, he would have dug a hole and buried himself in it to hide when he saw the green ostriches from afar. But now, he did not even need to make a move, he directly dispersed this group of green ostriches. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's experience, my cultivation is still much higher than my peers at the same time. At this time in my previous life, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation. Ordinary clans are united because of their bloodline, they are extremely xenophobic. I have yet to become a lone demonic path Gu master, I joined a caravan and often fought at the front lines to earn a living. In his previous life, Fan Yuan moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea, and after 300 years, Fan Yuan became a rank 5 Gu master in Central Continent. Only a few decades had passed now. Fan Yuan had already transcended to become an immortal. Even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength had reached the upper tier of rank 6. Firstly, the advantage of rebirth was extremely huge. Secondly, Fan Yuan had experienced many dangers. The greater the risk, the greater the rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth will become greater. The auction in front of me was not something that had happened in my previous life. I hope there will be fewer accidents when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, and my actions will be smoother. With unfamiliar face, Fan Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could never compare to changes. His original plan was to seize Dark Limit Immortal Gu. But first, Shui Songzi and He Qing conspired and alerted the enemy. Then Fairy Jian Yu's whereabouts were mysterious. Even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. Another plan was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. But now that they were captured by Qin Baixing and were being watched by almost all the Northern Plains Gu immortals, how could Fan Yuan kill them? After these two plans succeeded, the third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But now that the situation was like this, Fan Yuan controlled the tribe. He could only take the risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was risky. While flying, Fan Yuan thought about his plan to join Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he encountered many bird groups. They were all dispersed by Fan Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once, he encountered a desolate beast-flying snake. Fan Yuan did not want to delay his journey, so he avoided it. Northern Plains was huge, having over 800 million km2 of land, more than 10 times the area of Earth. But the place where Fan Yuan appeared was not far from his destination. After flying for half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. Chapter 744. Rather than calling Kungu Mountain a mountain, it would be more accurate to call it a gigantic tree that towered into the clouds. 23WX would name Old Earth. Old Earthwood had an extremely long lifespan. This old Earthwood already had over 1 million years of history. From Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era to Red Dust Demon Venerable, to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's death, it was still alive. When it was flourishing, the dense green leaves covered the sky and earth, and produced countless fresh fruits. On its thick branches, unique tree fields could be created. During its glorious years, it was usually occupied by the strongest Gu immortals of Northern Plains, or by the strongest forces. But as the river of time continued to wash away the greenery, the thick tree walls started to turn mottled. The glory dissipated, and the wind became silent. The old Earthwood that had once caused countless great experts to fight for it, causing them to bleed and even die, finally ushered in its lonely old age. The withered and smooth tree trunks seemed to only be able to reflect the past prosperity from the shadows of the trees that shrouded an area. Right now, the old Earthwood's trunk had already withered to death. Only a small portion of the branches still had traces of life. From a rare treasure that everyone fought for, it had become an ancient monument that everyone admired. It was like a hunched giant, sitting on the ground obediently, waiting for the end of its lifespan. Fan Yuan came here naturally not to admire the old Earthwood, but for the immortal zombie that lived on it. This immortal zombie was a Woodpath Gu immortal. His name was Gu Yi. If Fan Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he first needed an immortal zombie's introduction. Fan Yuan had already inquired about Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi. It was not because he was special, it was purely because he was the closest to this place. As he got closer to the old Earthwood, Fan Yuan purposely slowed down, but Gu Yi did not appear. He could not help but frown. This Gu Yi's vigilance was too low. Finally, when he arrived at the old Earthwood, Fan Yuan shouted, "Is Old Earth City Lord here? I am Sha Huang." His voice reverberated throughout the old Earth tree, causing the withered leaves to fall one after another. From the depths of the old Earthwood, a figure shot out. "Why is there someone else? Do you really think that I, Gu Yi, am a pushover?" His voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared in front of Fang Yuan. His whole body was withered and yellow, tall and thin, like an old log. The exposed skin had wood patterns. It was the body of a rotten wood immortal zombie. Gu Yi was stunned when he saw Fang Yuan, and the anger on his face dissipated. His tone was hesitant as he said, "You are? I am Sha Huang." Recently, he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. "I want to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old D City Lord can recommend me?" Fang Yuan bowed and went straight to the point, stating his purpose. "Ah, so you are a newbie that wants to join Zombie Alliance. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Gu Ye's expression changed as he hurriedly returned the greeting with a smile. "I thought, forget it. Let's not talk anymore. Since we are all in the same boat, please come in. Please come in." Fang Yuan slowly flew up. Under Gu Ye's lead, they passed through countless thick branches and rotten leaves, arriving at the depths of the old earth wood's branches. There was a city here. It was a wooden city carved from the branches of the old earth wood. It had a unique style. Countless wooden houses were stacked on top of each other, tall and short. Not only were there plazas, there were also watchtowers, city walls, and all sorts of streets of various sizes. They were like meridians that extended along the branches. There were also all sorts of rattan ladders that were vertical or slanted, extending from one branch to another. Unfortunately, this wooden city was already half destroyed. Many of the houses had collapsed. The yellowish-brown rattan ladders were no longer verdant, they could not bear the weight. When the cold wind blew, some of the rattan ladders would break and fall, landing on the tree trunks and producing muffled sounds. This is Old D City. Even so, it still has its own charm. Back then, this place was a magnificent place. Many talented people gathered here. It was even the center of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's gaze roamed around as he sighed. The city is already dead, there is no meaning to it. Brother Sha calls me Old D City Lord, hee. The name is no longer true. Gu Yi smiled bitterly beside him. Honestly speaking, if not for this place producing a kind of woodpath resource called withered essence, who would pay attention to this place? Fang Yuan nodded, casually agreeing. That's true. Gu Yi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew this place would be so dull, I would not have taken this defense mission from Zombie Alliance. But thankfully, the time limit for this mission is almost up. I can finally escape from this abyss of suffering. Brother, look at my pitiful appearance. You must learn your lesson. In the future, when you enter Zombie Alliance, don't choose to defend the Old Earthwood mission. Fang Yuan had already noticed that Gu Yi was injured. Hearing him say this, his gaze landed on Gu Ye's face. One side of Gu Ye's face was swollen, it was like a pink peach was growing on his cheek, while the other side was sunken in, filled with cracks that resembled a net. Thus, his entire face looked strange, like a crooked melon. Not just that, there was a long wound on his chest. Even though the wound was shallow, it was wide and emitted purple-black poisonous gas. I would have asked even if Brother Gu did not mention it. Brother Gu, where did your injuries come from? Fang Yuan asked. Sigh, brother. You have just become an immortal zombie. You do not know the suffering of an immortal zombie. Gu Yi sighed. Just as he was about to pour out his grievances, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. The entire old earth would shook violently. Withered leaves flew everywhere, even the rotten branches fell down like a collapsing pillar. Gu Ye's expression changed. Immediately, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside. Surnamed Gu, come out, this divine lord is here to make a deal with you. Gu Ye's expression became even uglier, his eyes spewed fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tiandu again! Boom! Another rumble of thunder. The old earth would shook violently again, its branches and leaves fell like a storm. A large number of exquisite wooden houses collapsed, raising dust and smoke. Another Gu immortal shouted from outside. Do ye right, come out, I am Shirho, come out, I have something to discuss with you. The moment he said that, there was another loud explosion. The old earth would let out a worrisome groan. Looking at this situation, it seemed like the other party would not give up until Gu Yi appeared. Gu Ye's expression was extremely ugly, he clenched his fists and breathed in deeply, forcing a smile at Fan Yuan. Brother Sha, take a seat, I will be back soon. No problem, I will go with you, Fan Yuan said. A wisp of a moved expression surged onto Gu Ye's face, and he cupped his hands and thanked sincerely. Then thank you, brother. The two walked out of the old earthwood and saw two rank 6 Gu immortals floating in the sky. One was tall and muscular with brown skin, lightning coiled around his body. He was Divine Lord Tian Du. The other was tall and muscular with messy hair. He held a skull in his hand. He was Ho. Seeing Fan Yuan, Divine Lord Tian Du was slightly stunned before smiling. To think that Gu Yi had a helper. But it is a pity, he is still an immortal zombie. He did not conceal his disdain towards immortal zombies. You! Gu Yi was furious, he was about to speak. Divine Lord Tian Du waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not waste time with you, I know you still have wilted essence. My friend here has an immortal yuan stone, he will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. You want to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence with an immortal yuan stone, why don't you just rob me? Gu Yi stomped his feet in anger as he shouted. I can rob you, but because you are Divine Lord's friend, I have to give you some face. Ho snickered, his attitude was extremely arrogant, as if he had Gu Yi in his grasp. You two are shameless, you are robbers! Gu Yi stared with wide eyes, he was about to explode from anger. But he did not make a move. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party was two rank 6 Gu immortals, while he was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. His blessed land was dead, he only had a dozen or so immortal yuan stones. Even though he had the strength to fight, what would happen after that? Not to mention whether he could defeat them, even if he did, his green grape immortal essence would be greatly depleted, he could not replenish it with his blessed land, he could only use immortal yuan stones. After fighting this battle, he would be completely bankrupt. Gu Yi was filled with worries, he looked at Fan Yuan who was beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tian Du and Ho were also paying attention to Fan Yuan. Tian Du Divine Lord had extorted Gu Yi many times before, he knew Gu Ye's background, but did not know Fan Yuan's origin. And it seemed that Fan Yuan was a helper that Gu Yi had invited. Why would Fan Yuan help Gu Yi for no reason? His gaze flickered, he showed hesitation as he asked Gu Yi with a weak voice. Brother Gu, what is going on? Who is the other party? They are forcefully buying it, is Zombie Alliance not going to do anything about it? Seeing Fan Yuan's hesitation, Gu Yi lost all hope, he sighed deeply. Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford this price. When Leader was around, it was still fine, but now, sigh. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little brother, after you join the Zombie Union, you will slowly understand. Is that so? Fan Yuan's face showed shock, disappointment, and worry for his future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tian Du and Ho looked at each other, they could see the joy in each other's eyes. So this new immortal zombie wants to join Zombie Alliance. It seems that the extortion succeeded again. The two transmitted to each other. Sure enough, as they expected, Gu Yi had no choice but to accept their offer. In the end, one immortal yuan stone was used to buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence. Ha ha, let's have a pleasant transaction. Gu Yi, next time you ask for a helper, you should at least ask a living person. The two laughed loudly and left. Chapter 745. Fan Yuan looked at Divine Lord Tian Du and Ho's disappearing figures. He retracted his gaze and looked at immortal zombie Gu Yi who was beside him with flickering eyes. His tone was hesitant as he said, Brother Gu, I wonder, how many times has this happened? Gu Ye's sorrowful expression faded slightly. He patted Fan Yuan's shoulder and consoled him. Not too many times. It is just that Qin Baixing's auction is about to be held. Some shameless people are trying to gain the qualifications to participate in this grand event. Fan Yuan did not stand up for him, but Gu Yi did not blame him. He did not have much hope in the first place. The sorrow and disappointment in his heart had nothing to do with Fan Yuan. This way, even though they had not interacted for a long time, Gu Yi was even more certain. Fan Yuan's situation was similar to his. Or even worse, he was a fallen Gu immortal who had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. But this is too unsightly. Fan Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression, in Gu Ye's eyes, was the reflection of his true emotions. At least there is a fig leaf. Gu Yi did not suspect him. He looked at the immortal Yuan stone in his hand with a mocking gaze. This immortal Yuan stone was the price that Shiho and Divine Lord Tian Du had to pay for the 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He waved the immortal Yuan stone in his hand. Look, even though Divine Lord Tian Du and Shiho are strong, they are wary of the zombie alliance behind us, they still have to give us some face. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance's face is only worth one immortal Yuan stone? Fan Yuan's tone was very pale. His tone was weak and probing. Gu Yi smiled. His smile was very bitter, it was mixed with a lot of helplessness, bitterness, and sorrow. He looked at Fan Yuan. It was like he was looking at himself when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fan Yuan's shoulder. Brother Sha, you have also reached this step now, you also know the disadvantages of being an immortal zombie. Our immortal zombie blessed lands are dead, we cannot manage them. We cannot produce immortal essence. To put it bluntly, he was half dead, struggling at death's door. Thus, compared to those living Gu immortals, they are more reliant on external resources. You may have heard of it long ago. Yes, there are many immortal zombies like us in Zombie Alliance. But if you want to rely on these people to back you up and protect your reputation, you have to do it. You have to pay a price too. Gu Ye's words were meaningful. Pay? Fan Yuan pretended to be confused. Of course. To invite a rank 6 immortal zombie, he needed 2 immortal Yuan stones. This was just the starting price. The exact amount would depend on the intensity of the battle. He needed a rank 7 immortal zombie to help. It required 20 pieces of immortal Yuan stone. Similarly, this price was also the starting price. If you have enough immortal Yuan stone, you can ask the entire Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have the money, or don't want to pay the price, then that's all you have. As Gu Yi spoke, he raised the immortal Yuan stone in his hand slightly and deliberately shook it. Immortal zombie blessed lands were already dead, it was hard to manage and generate income, they had to rely on external resources even more. In such a situation, immortal zombies had to deliberately scheme against each other. Often, they had to endure more and fight less. Only by doing so could they barely maintain their livelihood. Like Fan Yuan before, he could not produce his own green grape immortal essence, he could only use immortal Yuan stone as a substitute. The pressure was too great. When he fought with Heiqing, his finances almost collapsed, and he fell into a predicament again. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land. His immortal Aperture's dead land was no longer so important. Even more fortunate was that he obtained Wisdom Gu's help. The benefits of using the light of wisdom were enormous. First, he transacted with the land spirit of Langya's immortal Gu recipe and got Fan Yuan out of the quagmire. Next, he used the light of wisdom to create Air Sac Gu, sold Guts Gu, and even made Crane Gate Compromise, greatly improving his living environment. If I didn't have these things, I might be in the same miserable situation as Gu Yi. Fan Yuan sighed inwardly, but on the surface, he showed a look of realization and took a step back, cupping his fists and bowing. Brother Gu, I have learned a lot. Gu Yi shook his head. I don't need to explain these principles, you will understand them after some time. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance first. Fan Yuan followed Gu Yi to the depths of the branches of the old earth wood, and saw that exquisite and beautiful wooden city again. Gu Yi led the way, arriving at the large plaza at the center of the wooden city. The plaza was in ruins, from the shattered tiles, the surrounding ruined flower beds, and the already dried-up fountain, one could see a trace of its former prosperity. Gu Yi and Fan Yuan stood at the center of the plaza. Rise! Gu Yi mobilized his primeval essence, and the plaza's ground immediately lit up. The thick ground became translucent, like a huge piece of jade. Light flowed in the jade, and the figures of countless goo worms danced in the air. At the same time, from Guya's body, a large number of mortal goo flew out. They were mostly rank 5 space path goo and rank 4 wood path goo. These goo worms flew above Fan Yuan's head, spinning rapidly in the air like tornadoes. In the dim environment, they gradually drew out colorful lights. Gu Yi continued to move, these lights increased rapidly, and soon, the sky above Fan Yuan's head was a vast expanse of dark blue. Tens of thousands of mortal goo, with some mystical pattern, their abilities were ingeniously combined together, superimposing on each other, and amplifying each other, finally forming a kind of power. This is a top-tier mortal killer move that our zombie alliance developed. It is called Green Crystal Hero Path. It can travel over 100,000 li, directly connecting the old Earth Wood and Zombie Alliance. You know, we immortal zombies are goo immortals after all, our bodies are covered in Dao marks, ordinary methods cannot transport us. Gu Yi explained at an appropriate time. Fan Yuan nodded. Although immortal zombies had low battle strength, which led to their low status and rigid thinking, most of their foundations still remained. Especially when immortal zombies were in the same situation, they could put aside their prejudices and cooperate more than ordinary goo immortals. Thus, it was not strange for him to develop a top-tier mortal killer move. Gu Yi continued. I took care of the myriad poison date tree in the Zombie Alliance for 2 years. Only then did he have enough Zombie Alliance contribution points to exchange for the Green Crystal Heroic Path. Oh, by the way, you still don't know. Brother Shah, in the future, if you want to choose a mission outside, the Zombie Alliance has set the first condition. Grasping Green Crystal Hero Path killer move. Only like this can you communicate with the Zombie Alliance at any time. They didn't have fixed immortal travel or starry door. He did not have moving perspective goo either. Ordinary goo immortals could not use connecting heaven goo or whole earth goo to communicate with their dead apertures. Because connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo were mortal goo, the reason why they could connect blessed lands and grotto heavens was because the two small worlds were silently contributing the heavenly power of heaven and earth. The immortal zombies' blessed lands and grotto heavens were already dead. They were unable to use the power of heaven and earth. To set up connecting heaven goo and whole earth goo, goo immortals from both sides had to agree. That was the only way. Only then would the immortal aperture contribute heaven and earth power. If it was secretly set up, without the power of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to connect. If he used connecting heaven goo or whole earth goo, if it was set up in the 5 regions, it would not be able to be used. Ah, so Green Crystal Hero Path killer move is so important. Hearing Gu Ye's explanation, Fan Yuan showed some envy on his face. Gu Yi caught sight of Fan Yuan's expression. He felt refreshed. The anger and grief from forcefully buying it earlier had also eased up by a lot. Happiness usually came from comparison. At once, Gu Yi felt that Fan Yuan was even more pleasing to the eye. A thick beam of green light shot into the sky from the dense, withered, and yellow branches of the underground world tree. A moment later, over 100,000 li away, in Dark Flow City. At the southeast corner of the plaza, a dark green pillar of light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza. It illuminated the surroundings, turning the surroundings green. Strong winds blew, the iron hanging lanterns in the plaza shook and creaked. The light quickly dissipated. Gu Yi and Fan Yuan appeared in the originally empty plaza. Let's go, we shouldn't stay here for long. Gu Yi composed himself and started walking, with Fan Yuan following closely behind. This huge city called Shadow Flow was completely black, and it was like a primeval beast that was quietly entrenched on the ground. The sun was setting in the west, there was still light. But Dark Flow Giant City was emitting dense darkness from every brick and tile, turning the surrounding 1,000 li into darkness. Especially towards the center, the closer they got to Dark Flow Giant City, the denser the darkness. Fan Yuan and Gu Yi walked in, not seeing a single person along the way. On both sides of the long street, there were street lamps every few hundred steps. But these street lamps were emitting weak yellow light. They could only illuminate tens of steps. Between the street lamps, there was a long stretch of darkness, making the giant city seem even more dark and empty. The huge dark flows city was like an empty city. But indistinctly, there were still some noises coming from below the giant city. "This is our Zombie Alliance's headquarters in Northern Plains. It is as large as a mountain. It has 7 floors, the bottom 5 are the residences of mortal goo masters, they are very lively. The next floor is for people who have some relationship with immortal zombies. The highest floor has a discussion hall, where 3 rank 7 immortal zombies are stationed all year round." Gu Yi explained at an appropriate time. Fan Yuan nodded, not surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization with only immortal level members, it included mortal goo masters. It was just that these goo masters mostly walked the dark path, nurturing corpses, controlling corpses, and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while, but did not see anyone. They arrived at the door of a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 tall stone statues. They were even taller and stronger than Fan Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie body. Fan Yuan looked carefully, squinting his eyes as he found that these 2 stone statues were not simple. "You also found it strange? This is Yin Lu Gong's immortal killer move rock skin coffin. Inside it are not ordinary zombies, they are immortal zombies." Gu Yi said this, his tone turning gloomy. "Yin Lu Gong is one of the experts of our Zombie Alliance. When the leader left Northern Plains, he appointed 3 vice city lords. He is one of them. He can control immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Lu Gong." Fan Yuan silently engraved this name in his mind. He did not have this name in his previous life's memories. But just based on Yin Lu Gong's ability to control immortal zombies to fight, it was worth paying attention to. "In my previous life, when I rose up, it was already 300 to 400 years later. During this time, there were many heroes, but because of various reasons, they were washed away by the river of time." Fan Yuan was vigilant, he was not careless at all. "You push the door." Gu Yi suddenly moved to the side. "As long as you can push this door open, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance." Fan Yuan silently stretched out his arms and placed them on the door. With a light push, he pushed the door open a crack. Immediately, over 20 sharp, gloomy, or lifeless gazes shot towards Fan Yuan through the crack. Fan Yuan purposely had a slight change in expression. He took a deep breath and pushed the door open completely. Chapter 746. Central Continent. White egrets were flying in the sky, the weather was good. 3 rank 7 Gu immortals from Combat Immortal Sect were gathered in the sky. According to Monkey King's request for help, this should be the place. Qian Zhuxian looked around and said. He was dressed in a green robe, his body was tall and his eyes were deep like an ancient lake, without any ripples. "There is nothing strange about this place. The Grotto Heaven crack mentioned in the letter has already closed. But to confirm this place, we will need Divine Mother's method," Valley Lord Ming-He, who was dressed in a white robe, said, looking at the person beside him. Beside him was a female Gu immortal. She had a dignified and beautiful appearance, wearing a golden robe and emitting a dignified aura. She was a Space Path Gu immortal, called Divine Mother Jukong. She was the oldest among the 3 immortals, having lived for over 900 years. Divine Mother Jukong closed her eyes, quietly using some mysterious method. Her aura was still calm, without any obvious fluctuations. After a while, she opened her eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. "It is indeed here, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is here." The other 2 immortals heard this, and their spirits rose. Back then, 7-Star Child was not famous, but he cultivated to this stage without anyone knowing. He even allowed his Grotto Heaven to devour a fragment of blue sky. Precisely because of this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven still exists until now. Amazing. Qian Zhuxian sighed. Since the immemorial antiquity era, the Gu Master World had a total of 9 heavens. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black, they formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Renzu's children. Until now, only black and white heavens were left, alternating with each other. 7-Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past, and secretly devoured a fragment of blue sky. This allowed his grotto heaven to still exist and not become a dead aperture. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. A Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was also a world. Worlds could naturally devour each other. The most famous example was Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, the owner of Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 8 Gu Immortal Taoist many treasures. He unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of yellow sky. Therefore, after he integrated it into his own grotto heaven, Jewel Yellow Skies was formed. After Jewel Yellow Skies was formed, it immediately became different and stood tall until today. Once the grotto heaven devours the 9 heavens fragment, it will gain many benefits. Not only would it produce some unpredictable magical effects, the power of the immortal aperture's heaven and earth was endless. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were greatly weakened, to the point where they had completely disappeared. If I could get my hands on a fragment world like this, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep. Valley Lord Ming, he said enviously. Come on, Fate River. Raise your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a rank 8 Gu Immortal's grotto heaven has the possibility of devouring a 9 heavens fragment world. Qian Zhu Xian smiled. Hearing this, Valley Lord Ming he nodded. He smiled bitterly. I also want to reach rank 8, but I have no confidence in passing the second Grand Tribulation. Thinking about how a rank 8 Gu Immortal has to go through a Grand Tribulation every 50 years, I shudder. As for the 10,000 tribulations that are even more terrifying than the Great Tribulations, I simply cannot imagine it. Perhaps only a fellow like Shirley would not be afraid. Blessed lands had blessings, but heaven and earth needed to be balanced. Thus, calamities and tribulations would descend once in a while. Rank 6 Gu Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, heavenly tribulations were often used to measure a Gu Immortal's cultivation level. Fang Yuan was a second heavenly tribulation expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 Gu Immortal passes 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, becoming a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Rank 7 Gu Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A grand tribulation every 100 years. Qian Zhu Xian and Valley Lord Ming He were first grand tribulation experts. Divine Mother Ju Kong was 1 level higher than them. She had second grand tribulation cultivation level. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, there were no earthly calamities, but a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were many times more terrifying than heavenly tribulations. Gu Immortals were known as beyond redemption. The difficulty of passing tribulations was extremely high. Thus, the 9 heavens fragment became even more precious. Because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the Gu Master Great World. Calamities and tribulations would only descend on immortal aperture worlds like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They had never appeared in the 5 regions or the 9 heavens. After a grotto heaven devours a 9 heavens fragment, from a certain perspective, it would become a part of the Gu Master Great World. Thus, the scale and power of calamities and tribulations would be greatly reduced. The Gu Immortal would die, but the grotto heaven would not. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-star child had already become an immortal zombie, but the grotto heaven was still intact. If the 9 heavens fragment that was devoured was too big, the calamities and tribulations would disappear. For example, Jewel Yellow Skies was like this. There had never been any calamities or tribulations. It had become the largest trading market in the Gu Immortal world. Devouring a 9 heavens fragment has many benefits indeed. But don't forget, there is a flaw in this. Even if you only devour a bit of a 9 heavens fragment, it will be tainted by the aura of the great world. Once the grotto heaven is devoured, it cannot be taken back into the body. Divine Mother Ju Kong reminded. Qian Zhu Xian nodded, agreeing. In short, devouring a 9 heavens fragment means the Gu Immortal will lose their freedom. They can only stay in their immortal aperture world for the rest of their lives, unable to move about outside. Such a loss can be said to be disastrous. But if there is a 9 heavens fragment in front of me, I would rather choose this fragment. That's right. Valley Lord Ming he agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to pass, sometimes I even want to become an immortal zombie. At least, there would be no calamities or tribulations in that land of death. Alright, let's get down to business. We have purposely dawdled these days. That Monkey King should have learned his lesson by now. Divine Mother Jukong slowly closed her eyes again. Valley Lord Ming he fell into silence. Qianzhu Xian laughed lightly. Heh, after we save Shirley, I want to see if he can still be so arrogant. Divine Mother Jukong could no longer maintain her composure. Her golden robe fluttered without any wind, immortal goo aura surged out. Open. Suddenly she opened her eyes, her gaze was extremely sharp, directly creating a hole in the void in front of her. The hole was the size of a normal person. Through this hole, the three goo immortals could see the scene inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The three immortals did not speak. Qianzhu Xian went in first. Next was Valley Lord Minghe, and finally Divine Mother Jukong. But at the next moment, the three goo immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qianzhu Xian and Valley Lord Minghe showed astonished expressions. Divine Mother Jukong's expression turned solemn. Her relaxed expression was swept away as she muttered, "Entering but not entering, exiting but not exiting, space rotates and replaces each other. This is the mystical ability of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven after absorbing the blue sky fragment." Yes. Shirley also mentioned this in his request for reinforcements. Valley Lord Ming he recalled. But it is not strange. How can something that can trap this monkey be simple? Qianzhu Xian said. Divine Mother Jukong snorted coldly. At most, it will be a little troublesome. At the same time, Northern Plains, the headquarters of Zombie Alliance's branch, Dark Flow Giant City. This place was filled with dense darkness. Even if it was a clear sky, it could not shine any light in here. Fan Yuan pushed open the door and was scrutinized by over 20 gazes. He purposely showed a cowardly expression on his face before he walked into the discussion hall with a solemn expression. He bowed and said loudly, "I am Shahuang, greetings to my comrades." Comrades, this is a good word. Us Zombie Alliance members are in the same situation, we need to be in the same boat. At the center of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said. He was a fatty, 6 meters tall, the same height as Fan Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie, but he was 3 times fatter than Fan Yuan. His skin was bronze, his stomach was like a wine jar, large and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, and even his entire body had a sense of roundness. When Fan Yuan saw him, information flashed in his mind. Flesh bronze zombie body, Yin Lu Gong. When Fan Yuan came to Zombie Alliance, he naturally inquired about some information from Fairy Li Shan. The immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him thought that Fan Yuan was a newcomer. He bowed and greeted. Gu Yi greets Lords Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang. Fan Yuan also quickly said, "Greetings to Lords Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quan Wang." Saying so, he looked at Gu Yi with a gaze filled with gratitude. Gu Yi smiled at him. Yin Lu Gong sat on the main seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He sat upright. He had an ugly expression. His fangs were pale and sinister. On his right was Huang Quan Wang. He was old and had a hunched back. Even though he was filled with death energy, his rank 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had genuine rank 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City all year round. Shahuang, is that your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha spoke. His voice was like metal striking metal. Once he spoke, there was a strong killing intent that made people feel like they were in the middle of a battlefield. This was related to his experiences in the past. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had participated in the Imperial Court contest many times. He relied on some fortuitous encounters in Imperial Court blessed land to accumulate and become a Gu immortal. In other words, he had rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. The moment he spoke, his words showed his strong personality. It made people feel like he was being overbearing. Of course not. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. Xia Huang is the name I gave myself on the second day after I became an immortal zombie. It signifies a new beginning, but it also means that I have to forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only after I regain my body and get rid of my immortal zombie status will I use my previous name. Once he said this, the immortals in the discussion hall showed complex expressions. Some were disdainful, some were sneering, some were speechless, some were lamenting, but most of them were understanding. Fan Yuan's current performance, his current state of mind, was something they had experienced before. But so many years had passed, the lofty aspirations they had back then were long gone, their hopes were almost all gone. They were still immortal zombies, there was no change to their dreams. Chapter 747. The door of the discussion hall had an extraordinary origin. It was created by the predecessor who had created Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was unknown, but the method he used was truly ingenious. The door was covered in all kinds of down marks, some even guessed that it was an expendable immortal goo. Only Northern Plains immortal zombies could obtain the acknowledgement of this door and easily open it. If they were not Northern Plains immortals, their immortal aperture worlds would contain the heaven and earth chi of other regions. They would be sent flying the moment they touched it. If they were Northern Plains goo immortals and not immortal zombies, this door would be heavier than a mountain. They would not be able to open it no matter how hard they tried. Even though Fan Yuan grew up in southern border, after coming to Northern Plains, he had already adapted to Northern Plains environment. He had also become an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door could not obstruct him. Dark Flow Giant City had been expanded countless times in history, but this door had always been preserved. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's members were very confident in this door. Hearing Huang Quanweng's words, their gazes towards Fan Yuan softened. Yin Lu Gong nodded slowly. Huang Quanweng is right, please take a seat, we can discuss this matter. Also, give Gu Yi a merit, he recommended a new member. According to the rules, it will be counted as 300 contribution points. Fan Yuan knew that recommending new members would have benefits, but after hearing this news, he immediately turned his gaze towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi felt embarrassed, it was like he was taking advantage of him. He pulled Fan Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Xia, sit beside me. Everyone saw this scene, their impression of Fan Yuan's ignorance deepened even further. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat in a circle. They were almost in a circle. Only the direction of the discussion hall's door was empty, a path was formed. The rest of the space was filled with seats. These seats were not just one row. They were divided into 3 rows from the bottom to the top. The bottom row could only accommodate rank 6 immortal zombies, it had the most people. The middle row was for rank 7 immortal zombies, there were only a few of them. The highest row was empty. There was no one, only rank 8 immortal zombies could sit here. Gu Yi passionately pulled Fan Yuan to his seat. His seat was not empty, there was a will sitting there. He looked exactly like Gu Yi. With a wave of his hand, Gu Yi absorbed the will into his mind and immediately gestured for Fan Yuan to sit down. We don't have to attend every meeting. If we can't get away, we'll send a will to attend in place of our main bodies. Does Brother Xia have wisdom path goo worms? If you don't have one, I can give you one. Gu Yi asked in a low voice. Of course, Fan Yuan replied. He showed his ignorance towards Zombie Alliance, but he did not want the immortal zombies to think that he was a complete newbie. The use of wisdom path goo worms was common knowledge to goo immortals. Of course he wanted to know. Fan Yuan answered as he sat on Gu Yi's left. There was no one on either side of Gu Yi. There are so many seats. The immortal zombies were all scattered around. Although there were more than 20 of them, most of them were wills, and only a few of them were in their true bodies. Seeing that both Fan Yuan and Gu Yi had taken their seats, Yin Lu Gong coughed lightly and said, All right, let's begin the discussion. First, of course, we will discuss the necessary matters. Saying, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. A flash of light suddenly rose up from the center of the round space. It turned into a volcano. This volcano was a little strange, it was very short. It was like a gourd, shaking intensely and spewing out hot lava from time to time. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud that covered the sky. The flame cauldron has erupted. I'm sure everyone here knows about this. This is a troublesome matter. We have to deal with it and suppress it as soon as possible. The later we deal with it, the harder it will be to deal with. We have decided that if anyone can suppress the flame cauldron, they will obtain 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other. Du Yi took the initiative to introduce to Fan Yuan. The flame cauldron is an excellent place for goo refinement. It is especially good at refining fire path goo worms. In the history of our zombie alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined an immortal goo in the flame cauldron. But in the last few hundred years, our zombie alliance has not produced another refinement path grandmaster. The flame cauldron has been left unused. It has only been used by the leader a few times. It has been in disrepair for a long time and is erupting more and more frequently. Fan Yuan nodded. Gu Yi continued. The flame cauldron is extremely hot, especially at the center. It is simply a sea of fire. In the past, when this problem arose, the Fire Path Immortal Zombie would be the one to deal with it. But this Fire Path Immortal Zombie also needs a Refinement Path Foundation. They need to preserve or even repair the goo formation inside the flame cauldron, otherwise, if they forcefully suppress it and destroy the arrangement, it would be better not to suppress it. If the mission fails, not only will they not get any contribution points, they will also have to pay for it. Fan Yuan understood. They needed fire path cultivation level and refinement path attainment. In this case, there were few suitable candidates. No wonder everyone stopped talking after discussing for a while. Their gazes turned to a certain will in the hall. Yin Lu Gong broke the silence. He looked at this will and said, "In the past, the leader had to suppress it personally, but he has gone to Eastern Sea these years. In our zombie alliance, there is no more suitable candidate than you, a fire virtue craftsman." Fire virtue, what do you think? This Red Will pondered for a while before saying, "My cultivation level is still low. I can barely suppress the flame cauldron. But since everyone has this thought, I will not reject it. It is just that 1,000 contribution points is too little." Yin Lu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is just the initial amount. In that case, let's raise it to 1,200 points. Are you willing to accept it? I am willing, Fire Virtue replied. All right, let's move on to the second task. Yin Lu Gong did not waste time. He changed the topic. A Yiksha octopus has appeared in Earth Trench. It is causing trouble and is interfering with our black oil collection. Some time ago, Dr. Yin Xian and landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If we can chase this beast away, we will get 1,000 contribution points. If we can kill this beast, we will get 2,000 contribution points. Fan Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure he wanted to take was deep in Earth Trench. It was guarded by a group of Iksha octopuses. This treasure. This was the main reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. On the circular empty ground, the image of a volcano eruption changed. It turned into an octopus monster that was wreaking havoc in Earth Trench. The huge tentacles danced in the air, setting off huge waves of black oil. Looking at this image, the discussion hall was even quieter than before. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not to mention the fact that ancient desolate beast had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. Immortal zombies themselves could not compare to ordinary Gu immortals. They had more considerations. An intense battle would be more risky. If they could not gain an advantage, they might lose everything. Even if they won, they would need to look at the profits before and after the battle. If they won the battle but lost in terms of business, they might as well not fight. The immortal zombies here were all astute. Seeing that no one responded, Yin Lu Gong turned to Dragon Commander Yi Cha. Dragon Commander, this Yiksha octopus is suitable for your business. Why don't you accept this task? But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. I will not hide it from you. I have already received Qin Baixing's invitation to participate in the auction. There are one or two things that I have been pursuing for many years but could not obtain. At such a crucial moment, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to pay 600 contribution points. Add it to this task. Once he said that, the gazes of many rank 6 immortal zombies shined. They had to kill this Yiksha octopus. For rank 6 immortal zombies, it was not easy. But to defeat it, as long as several rank 6 immortal zombies worked together, it was not difficult. But for this task, the reward of 1,000 contribution points was split among them. It was a little thin. Right now, Dragon Commander Yi Cha was paying from his own pocket, adding another 600 contribution points. This moved some people. It was true that fighting an ancient desolate beast was risky. But as long as there were enough benefits, the risk would not be a problem. Immediately, 3 groups expressed that they could accept this task. The first 2 groups were made up of several rank 6 immortal zombies. The last group was made up of a rank 7 immortal zombie. After a round of discussion, this task was taken by the rank 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome task was finally taken by someone, Yin Lu Gong let out a sigh of relief. Next is the final necessary task. It involves Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat? Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. He quickly thought of the 5 regions' chaotic war in his previous life, that huge and glorious flying boat that rampaged through the battlefield. Gu Yi, who was beside him, explained in a soft voice. You just joined Zombie Alliance, it is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal Gu house in history. It has great power. Previously, a Northern Plains lone cultivator obtained the complete recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, but he did not have the ability to refine it, so he could only sell it. The leader wanted to buy the recipe. He spent a huge price and has already bought most of the recipes. Fan Yuan thought, this Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader is really ambitious. Immortal Gu houses were more comprehensive than immortal killer moves. This was the symbol of a super force. Basically, every super force had an immortal Gu house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader wanted an immortal Gu house. He wanted to raise Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to the level of a super force. There is a problem now. Yin Lu Gong said in a low voice. That Gu immortal who sold the divine boat recipe broke the agreement. He does not want to transact with us anymore. He wants to sell the entire recipe of Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the core immortal Gu recipes, at the auction to sell for a good price. How should our zombie alliance deal with this? The immortal zombies started to whisper to each other again. Another auction. These last days, I have been extorted repeatedly because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of resentment, but it was not Gu Yi. This Gu immortal is quite daring. He is just a lone cultivator, but he actually broke the agreement of our zombie alliance. Kill him. We must kill him. Otherwise, if news of this spreads, our zombie alliance will lose all face. Even though zombie alliance is weaker than a superforce, we are not someone a lone cultivator can bully. The immortal zombies shouted. Most of them wanted to fight. Chapter 748. The lone cultivator who sold the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was only rank 6 and had no background. Eventually, Zombie Alliance decided to send a rank 7 immortal zombie and 2 rank 6 immortal zombies to find and kill this person, to restore Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important thing was to get the complete set of Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. In fact, Zombie Alliance had already obtained most of it. Only a few core immortal Gu recipes were left, as well as the secret to how to use Gu worms together. Flame Cauldron, Earth Trench, Red Fiend Divine Boat, these 3 important matters were settled. The discussion hall's atmosphere relaxed. Yin Lu Gong pointed at the table. Next, we will discuss the other missions. His finger tapped on the table, emitting a loud sound. The image of the empty space in front of the immortal zombies changed again, turning into 4 square pillars. On each side of the thick square pillar, there were densely packed characters swimming about. Everyone, do you have any missions that you have not handed in? Yin Lu Gong asked. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stood up. Missions could be handed in at any time. they did not have to wait until the public discussion. Although Gu Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding the old Earth wood, the time limit was not up yet. Handing in the mission in advance would deduct a lot of contribution points. Very well, then report the missions, Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became lively. The voices became noisy, Gu recipes related to Gu refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising certain Gu worms, finding certain information. There were many types of them. Fan Yuan also spoke, requesting to purchase the method to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. This action caused many people to laugh at him. Brother Shah, you have not sworn an oath, you do not have a zombie alliance token or contribution points, how can you issue a mission? Gu Yi reminded him. Is that so? Fan Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious. After the discussion ends, I will bring you to get your token. This token can also be used to record your contributions to Zombie Alliance. Also, your request is the wish of all of us immortal zombies. There is no need to specially request for it. Look at the few missions at the top. Gu Yi pointed at the constantly changing images. Fan Yuan shifted his gaze and saw a few missions at the top of the mission board. One of them had a larger font than the others. Selling the history of Zombie Alliance. Research on how to get rid of an immortal zombie and obtain a new life. Fan Yuan read it word by word. There's a price tag there. However, even the smallest achievement requires 20 contribution points to exchange for it. Gu Yi was very familiar with this information. In fact, every immortal zombie was extremely familiar with the contents of this mission. Why did so many immortal zombies join Zombie Alliance? Wasn't it to find a way to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive? Zombie Alliance's original intention seemed to be to research how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance that revived because of these fruits? Fan Yuan asked again. According to rumors. I think so. Gu Ye's tone was also uncertain. I think so? Fan Yuan frowned. You should know that many of the research results here are worth at least 1,000 contribution points each. Only then can you exchange for them. And after you officially join the Alliance, you have to sign a contract that you cannot casually sell these research results. Gu Yi laughed bitterly and said. He saw Fan Yuan's frown deepen and said, You don't have to worry about anything, at least I can guarantee it. None of the research results here were fake. I exchanged for one before. It was indeed very useful. If you can obtain these results, you will be standing on the foundation of our predecessors, you will be able to save a lot of hard work. Fan Yuan nodded. Zombie Alliance. They understood the psychology of their members very well. They used the research results as a lure to entice their members. Almost all immortal zombies would fall for it. Even if immortal zombies exchanged for many research results, as long as they were not revived, they would have to continue working for Zombie Alliance. What was even more amazing was that Zombie Alliance left a trace of hope for immortal zombies. Even if this research result is not good, maybe the next research result can help me get out of this predicament. Fan Yuan did not need to think to know that the price was set very high, requiring a large number of contribution points to exchange for most of the research results. But thankfully, the inheritance in the Earth Trench was left behind by an immortal zombie great expert. Among them was a research result regarding the rebirth of immortal zombies. In my previous life, Northern Plains immortal zombies benefited from this, and their battle strength rose rapidly. There was even a period of time when Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was sealed off. It was even stronger than Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fan Yuan's main goal in entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was that inheritance. As for working hard step by step and using contribution points to exchange for the research results of Zombie Alliance's missions, Fan Yuan was not interested. After all, it took too much time and effort. After a long while, the discussion hall gradually calmed down. All the immortal zombies reported their missions and gave out their contribution points and rewards. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image on the empty ground. Some were looking around, some were thinking with their eyes closed. Yin Lu Gong continued to host. Next, we will issue the missions. One by one, don't be noisy. First is to feed the ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I will do it. I will accept this mission. I also want to compete for it this time. Yin Lu Gong had just finished speaking when several immortal zombies immediately spoke up, competing for this mission. Gu Yi explained to Fan Yuan in a soft voice. The Half Moon Qilin is an ancient desolate beast, it is not easy to feed. But now, its pregnancy is about to end and it is about to give birth to a crescent moon Qilin. This small Qilin is a desolate beast the moment it is born. After it grows up, it will become an ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin. Many of our Zombie Alliance members have been targeting this advantage for a long time. They all want to get close to the crescent moon Qilin and establish a close relationship with it. Then, they will pay contribution points. So that's it. Fan Yuan finally understood the reason. No wonder everyone was fighting for it. The Half Moon Qilin only needed to be raised carefully. After it matures, it would become an ancient desolate beast with battle strength on par with rank 7 Gu immortals. Even Fan Yuan's heart palpitated at this moment. But he was only moved, he had just arrived and had a secret goal. Blind competition. Attracting unnecessary hostility and attention wouldn't do him any good. Regarding the feeding of the Half Moon Qilin, everyone fought over it. Eventually, Yin Lu Gong lowered the contribution points for this mission to 300, causing others to sigh and give up. The only victor stood out. Feeding the Half Moon Qilin. This was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin threw a tantrum, ordinary rank 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, some even got injured. Most importantly, the Qilin was in extreme pain when giving birth, it would wreak havoc in the surroundings to distract them. This process was even more dangerous. Just 300 contribution points made most immortal zombies want to retreat. And even if the crescent moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie that fed it would only establish a connection first. At most, they would be taking advantage of it. The true competition would depend on the bidding of both sides. After the feeding of the Half Moon Qilin, it was time to collect the Rui fungi. The Rui fungi are collected between Zombie Alliance and Lu Tribe. Every year, when the Rui fungi mature, it is time to collect them. They are split between the two forces. But Lu Tribe is powerful, they will bully us more or less. This is the difficulty of this mission, we need a strong immortal zombie to hold the fort. But we cannot be too domineering, Gu Yi explained. With Gu Yi by his side, Fan Yuan gained a lot of convenience. This mission was quite popular, it ended up in Granny Yuan's hands. This old immortal zombie not only had rank 7 cultivation, she also had a close relationship with Lu Tribe. With her around, Lu Tribe could not be too domineering. Next is the request from the Super Force Yao Tribe. They want our Zombie Alliance to send out another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to research. To modify his healing immortal goo. The reward for this mission is quite considerable. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombies all had an indescribable strange expression on their faces. Being studied by others was more or less a little damaging to one's self-esteem and a little embarrassing. But firstly, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Secondly, the reward for this mission was very generous. Everyone looked at each other, not speaking. Yin Lu Gong had expected this situation, he smiled as he looked at Fan Yuan. I wonder if you, Xiao Huang, are interested in this mission? Fan Yuan shook his head, forcing a smile. Not interested. He had too many secrets, just his 2 apertures alone could not be exposed easily. Yin Lu Gong nodded, he did not try to persuade him. But his motive, other than probing Fa Yuan's character and foundation, was to instigate others. As expected, several immortal zombies quickly said that they wanted to accept this mission. These people continued to compete, but they did not speak loudly, they were all low and expressionless. After all, it was a loss of face to be used as research material by others. Gu Yi came to Fan Yuan's side and whispered. Fan Yuan knew about these immortal zombies. They were all low-level immortal zombies, they did not have a good life. Thus, between dignity and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all kinds, there were many of them. There was a mission to return an immortal goo to the Superforce Yuan clan. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had lent an immortal goo to Yuan clan. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, he had instructed Zombie Alliance to return the immortal goo. But Yuan clan had passed the deadline, they did not return the immortal goo. Every year, Zombie Alliance would send members to ask for the immortal goo, but they failed every time. Not only did Yuan clan find excuses to evade, they were even beaten up and chased away. Initially, no immortal zombies accepted this mission. Yin Lu Gong could only raise the contribution points before he gave it out. There were also missions to purchase glass soil, drill soil, capture beast groups, and collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Fairy Li Shan had gone around to purchase souls to produce guts goo. She had also found Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to go deep into earth trenches and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. By sprinkling black oil on the dead Aperture Blessed Land, it could slow down the destruction of the Blessed Land. In the outside world, to other goo immortals, it was an extremely useful goo refinement material. It had a huge market. Earth Trench's black oil was Zombie Alliance's main business. This status was similar to the Guts Goo business to Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts Goo trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into earth trenches to purchase black oil, they would keep a portion for themselves other than the portion they had to hand over. This mission's rewards were publicly recognized as the best among immortal zombies. Thus, almost everyone fought for it. Fan Yuan also wanted to fight for it. If he could use this to enter earth trenches and secretly obtain that inheritance, it would be great. But it was a pity that he had just arrived. He did not have a Zombie Alliance token. It was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Moreover, this mission had a time limit. Right now, Fan Yuan was busy with the auction and the Refinement Path Convention. He did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In order to get the only 3 spots for this mission, these 3 victors not only did not get any contribution points, they even had to hand over hundreds of contribution points to Zombie Alliance. Chapter 749. The black oil itself is expensive, but for immortal zombies, because it can delay the collapse of the Blessed Land, its value is even higher. Fan Yuan pondered. He also coveted the black oil. As his Blessed Land continued to collapse and disintegrate, it had shrunk by a lot. The black oil was also suitable for him. However, to obtain this black oil, he had to go through the Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was situated above the entrance of Earth Trench. Zombie Alliance's greatest force was stationed here. Although the Zombie Alliance delivered a large amount of black oil every year, there were fixed sellers. There were few goods, but the demand was high. It was a seller's market, just like the Guts Goo business. Thus, in this aspect, Fan Yuan could not interfere. Although he had formed an alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, his force was too small and could not compare to a super force. If that's the case, I'll have to take action from within the Zombie Alliance. Accepting this mission is one way. Fan Yuan secretly memorized the mission of gathering black oil. The meeting continued. In the meeting hall, the light was dim. There were more than 20 immortal zombies. Even though most of them were wills left here, the Yin energy was still very dense. The entire discussion lasted for a day and a night. Fan Yuan participated in the entire process and had a general understanding of Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than the super forces. But from many missions, it could be seen that the Righteous Path super forces were tacitly suppressing Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had many collaborations with Demonic Path Goo Immortals, especially Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the Demonic Path headquarters of Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance was a faction that was both good and evil. This position was related to the higher-ups. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. As long as it was an immortal zombie, there was almost no immortal zombie that did not want to be reborn. These immortal zombies came from all levels. When they were alive, they had all sorts of identities. After death, they gathered together because of the same goal. As long as it was related to the goal of rebirth, the Zombie Alliance would be very interested. They would do everything in their power to obtain it. As such, this involved many of the Righteous Path's benefits. Many of the Righteous Path's methods that couldn't see the light of day were frequently used by Zombie Alliance. This also led to another characteristic of the Zombie Alliance, which was that it had many members but a loose structure. The Zombie Alliance had more than 20 members. This number could not even be compared to the snowy mountain blessed land. Even though immortal zombies were usually weaker than living goo immortals, their combat strength was slightly weaker. However, with more than 20 members, they had the advantage of numbers. If they truly united, they would have long since become a superpower. However, the threshold to enter the Zombie Alliance was very low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan entering the alliance. The origins of immortal zombies were complicated. It was very difficult to work together. Thus, recently, many immortal zombies were extorted by goo immortals. After the meeting ended, Fang Yuan left a malicious message in the meeting hall. Then, he followed Gu Yi to another hall and received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to the Zombie Alliance. Other than the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal Goo. It was used for communication, to pass on Zombie Alliance missions, or for members to join. Significant information about a member's withdrawal or death. Gu Yi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Fang Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Fang Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Fang Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Fang Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Gu Yi only said one sentence, but Fang Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were goo immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note: goo immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, wood path goo immortals could turn into tree man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, strength path goo immortals and fire path goo immortals could not turn into tree man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Goo immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie, she did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it. To what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless. Since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Fang Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Gu Ye's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him, and what he had seen, Fang Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Gu Yi still had the mission to protect the old Earthwood, so he bid farewell to Fang Yuan and Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Huang Quanwang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Fang Yuan activated Hundredly Eye at this moment, and could see clearly. He knew that if he followed this entrance, the ravine would expand by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. The interior of the Earth Trench could be said to be grand. The space was extremely vast. It was not a problem for it to contain tens of thousands of dark flow giant city. It was also extremely deep. No one in Zombie Alliance had ever explored its true depths. One day, I will go deep inside and take out the inheritance, increasing my foundation and bringing glory to the world. But now is not the time, Fan Yuan thought to himself. Even if he did not become an immortal zombie, he would think of a way to take this inheritance. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze. He quickly flew up and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying for 1,000 li, the darkness that shrouded Dark Flow Giant City gradually dissipated. Fan Yuan could see the light of day again. He changed his direction and flew for over 10,000 li, finally confirming that there was no one following him. He landed in an inconspicuous forest, setting up mortal goo and activating fixed immortal travel. Green light flashed. He vanished on the spot. The mortal goo that were left behind were split up, minimizing the remnant aura of immortal goo. Fan Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for Fairy Li Shan's news, he started to research the Wisdom Path killer move he had, harboring malicious heart. This mortal killer move was not used for offense. It used Wisdom Path methods. Modifying a Goo Immortal's heart, filling it with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and outside, turning it into malicious heart. If malicious heart was formed, not only would it use all the blood essence in the body, it would also generate a large amount of malicious intent. Moreover, when Fan Yuan used malicious intent to think, the consumption of malicious intent would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even though this mortal killer move was good, it was targeted at ordinary Goo Immortals. As for Fan Yuan, he was a Strength Path Immortal zombie. His heart was filled with Strength Path Dao marks. He was not a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Most importantly, his blood essence was already dead. He could not use blood essence to nourish the malicious heart, and even transforming it into a malicious heart was a huge obstacle. Harboring malicious heart killer move, even though Fan Yuan could not use it. But the theory behind it gave Fan Yuan a lot of inspiration. Especially the contents of the killer move. It was somewhat similar to the killer move that Fan Yuan had obtained earlier. This killer move was obtained from Fairy Li Shan's Poison Breath. Poison Breath was a killer move that could spit out poisonous gas with every breath. After accumulating, it would deal heavy damage to the enemy. And harboring malicious heart. Every beat of the heart could transform blood essence into heart force, forming malicious intent. There were similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path Goo Immortal, nor do I have a Wisdom Path Foundation. But since there are similarities, I might as well use Wisdom Goo's power to give it a try. Northern Plains, Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, Rank 8 Goo Immortal Princess Impatience was sitting. Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Xing were excusing themselves. Go. I have many immortal goo on me that do not suit my path. I need to exchange them at the auction. You have done a good thing for Northern Plains. You have prevented a lot of fighting and killing. Very good. Princess Impatience let them go. His tone was filled with encouragement. Crown Prince cannot attend the auction. It is the regret of the whole of Northern Plains Goo Immortal world. Fairy Li Shan said respectfully. Princess Impatience shook his head. There is no other way. I was adjusting my immortal apertures heaven and earth chi earlier, but because of the immortal goo, I had to come out. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, go send them off. Behind Princess Impatience, there were 2 female attendants. They were both rank 6 female Goo Immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow, the other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing Princess Impatience's orders, that cold female Goo Immortal stood up and bowed to Princess Impatience, before saying to Qin Bai Xing and Fairy Li Shan, Please! We will have to trouble Sword Master Yulan. Qin Bai Xing and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless. They quickly responded. This Sword Master Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated Sword Path. Her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong. Her sword path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Swordmaster Yulan led the two. She was silent as she led the way. The three walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door, returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please wait, there is no need to send us off, Qin Baixing said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength, he surpassed Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 Gu immortals behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky. It was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 great experts. We even used Mountain Pledge Gu to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way, the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Qin Baixing smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an Immortal Gu and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Baixing had a sincere expression of gratitude. Chapter 750. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan smiled as she received the Immortal Gu. After inspecting it, she placed the Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture. This matter is done, let's split up and meet again in half a month. Half a month later, it was the agreed date for the auction. The location was Qin Baixing's Baixing Blessed Land. It was still situated in the Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals separated on the spot, each choosing a direction and flying away. Not to mention Fairy Li Shan's free time, she used moving perspective cups Gu to contact Feng Yuan. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing left, in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven, another person appeared in the guest hall. This person was wearing a red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were shining with divine light. Under his gentle appearance was extraordinary confidence, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked casual and elegant, but he didn't lose his domineering spirit. He had his hands behind his back, facing the rank 8 prince's impatience. There was no pressure on his face or in his heart. It was as if they were equals. But from his unconcealed aura, he was only a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even Qin Baixing had to bow and scrape to Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience looked at this person. His tone and attitude changed. He was no longer arrogant like when facing Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baixing. He was actually calm and equal. This rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Feng Jioga, have you really decided to represent me in this auction? The red and white robed rank 7 Gu immortal smiled. That is correct. Prince's Impatience frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi in your immortal aperture world comes from Central Continent. It is slightly different from Northern Plains. The auction will be a grand event. Northern Plains Gu immortal experts will gather. There will even be rank 8 Gu immortals present. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble. You know, Northern Plains Gu immortals are holding back their anger. They want to find the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially when Dongfang Naganori deduced before his death that the culprit behind the Imperial Court Blessed Land case was not from Northern Plains. Instead, it came from the outside. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is exposed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be disastrous. When Princess Impatience said this, he did not avoid the 2 Gu immortal attendants in the hall. The 2 female Gu immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, heard this but their expressions did not change. Feng Jioga laughed. Don't worry, Crown Prince. Please watch my methods. As he spoke, a light flashed on his body, and his appearance changed drastically. Princess Impatience gasped in surprise. Swordmaster Yulan, who had been cold and aloof, opened her eyes wide. The other female Gu immortal was Li Yao. She opened her small mouth and looked at the female companion beside her. Then, she looked at Feng Jioga, who was not far away. It turned out that Feng Jioga's transformation was exactly the same as Swordmaster Yulan's. It was so lifelike that it was as if they were carved from the same mold. What kind of trick is this? Princess Impatience smiled and exclaimed. Not only does it look flawless on the surface, but it also has many tricks. The down marks are also disguised. It looks like they are sword path down marks. The aura is also exactly the same as Northern Plains Gu Immortals. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Jioge answered. So it is, no wonder, no wonder. Princess Impatience came to a realization. Shortly after, he sighed. Only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method can be so profound and amazing. Feng Jioge nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. This series of killer moves originates from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is insignificant. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move. The core consists of 3 immortal Gu, 2 of which are transformation path immortal Gu. When used, it is hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This killer move was obtained by a fortuitous encounter in my early years. I only obtained this killer move. This killer move has a flaw, that is, it needs someone to act it. If the acting is not good, even the tone of voice can reveal flaws. As for familiar face, it does not have this flaw. Even if the acting is not good, it will not make others feel that it is strange. It can even affect the perception and mentality of others. Even if it turns into a non-existent person, it will make others feel like they are acquaintances or good friends. Feng Jioge spoke with confidence and composure. The immortals finally understood why Feng Jioge turned into Sword Master Yulan instead of the others. It was because women were usually cold and quiet, they did not have high requirements for acting skills and were easy to disguise. Princess Impatience nodded. Every rank 9 venerable is a peerless genius with unparalleled methods. With this method, I will not have to worry about you being exposed. Feng Jioge smiled proudly. Even if I am exposed, who can stop me from breaking out? Princess Impatience thought of the sparring between him and Feng Jioge a few days ago. He could not help but laugh, praising. Not bad, that immortal killer move of yours has peerless power. Even rank 8 Gu immortals like us do not want to block it. Feng Jioge, you live up to your reputation, you truly have the ability to move unhindered in the world. Feng Jioge bowed, saying from the bottom of his heart. Compared to senior brother and the 2 junior sisters, for the great cause of Spirit Affinity House, you chose to undergo a mortal ascension in Northern Plains and hid for hundreds of years. I truly admire you. Princess Impatience, however, showed a dark expression. He clenched his fists and said hatefully. It is a pity that before I could make a move, someone actually used our arrangements and took the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise, humph. It turned out that the great Princess Impatience, one of the 5 rank 8 great experts of Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House had made a huge move. In order to arrange for Princess Impatience, Spirit Affinity House had undoubtedly given up on many of Central Continent's benefits. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu immortal guarding Central Continent, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits from the competition with the other 9 sections. But Spirit Affinity House was in charge of the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower, and in order to complete this plan, they did not hesitate to arrange for Princess Impatience to be sent to Northern Plains. In Fan Yuan's previous life, Princess Impatience might have secretly contributed a lot to the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower for Central Continent's Gu Immortals. They provided a lot of help and contributions. But in Fan Yuan's current life, Princess Impatience had yet to show its usefulness, and the original plan was already ruined. As the main culprit of this case, Immortal Zombie Fan Yuan had already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course, he did not borrow Immortal Gu for free. Fan Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Yuan stones for this. 3 was already an extremely favorable friendship price. If it were someone else, even if it were 10 Immortal Yuan stones, Fairy Li Shan would not casually borrow it. Borrowing Immortal Gu was also risky. There was an example right now. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had lent Yuan tribe an immortal goo. When Blazing Heaven Demonis left Eastern Sea, Yuan tribe had been keeping this immortal goo. Zombie Alliance would ask for it once a year, but they could not return it. After using Mountain Pledge goo to form an agreement with the land spirit of Langia, the land spirit of Langia roared as more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud's soil. These coffins were filled with immortal chi. They were pure white like clouds. The surface of the coffins was filled with life and death. They were condensed from some immortal killer move. When the coffins were opened, the sleeping goo immortals were revealed. In every coffin, there was a goo immortal captive. There were a total of 13 coffins, 13 goo immortals. Even though Fan Yuan was mentally prepared, he was shocked at this number. There are actually so many captives? Fan Yuan's eyes were wide open, his expression was a little exaggerated. The land spirit of Langia laughed smugly. He liked to see Fan Yuan's shocked expression the most. He shook his head. Who do you think I am? Don't even think about it. These goo immortals are truly suicidal. They actually dared to invade my blessed land. Selling them off is what they deserve. Fan Yuan took a deep look at the land spirit of Langia. In Langia blessed land, there seemed to be 12 desolate beasts at most. Resisting the attacks of 3 mysterious forces, the desolate beasts' formation was rather thin. But Langia blessed land's true method was likely the land spirit's treasured immortal goo. I have a premonition that the number of immortal goo in this Langia blessed land is definitely more than what I have now. Moreover, it seems that one of the immortal goo, or one of the land spirit's immortal killer moves, has the miraculous effect of capturing goo immortals alive. Fan Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was clearly not normal. Most of the invading goo immortals had already been captured. Only a small portion had died in battle. Fan Yuan opened the coffins one by one to inspect them. He saw some familiar faces, like Hua Hai's 3 immortals, Loner Hongyu, and Gui Wang. As for the other unfamiliar faces, he learned from the land spirit of Langia that there were Metal Path Goo Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Goo Immortal Shuexiong, Wood Path Goo Immortal Mu Diansung, the famous carefree 4 sages of Northern Plains lone cultivators, and a rank 7 Goo Immortal Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunderhand. His battle strength was at rank 7 middle tier. Fan Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives, such a heavyweight lineup. It was like goo immortals had become worthless cabbages, placed on a street stall. The joy in Fan Yuan's heart gradually faded, worry and graveness appeared on his face. To be able to gather such a lineup and attack Langia blessed land again and again, this mysterious force hiding behind the scenes made Fan Yuan's heart shudder. If I sell this, I'm afraid I will immediately become a thorn in that mysterious force's side, a thorn in their flesh. Fan Yuan touched the coffins, sighing deeply. But with such great benefits in front of him, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fan Yuan decided to do this. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble and did not dare to take risks. He was a demonic path person, he had an adventurous nature. If he did not choose to take the risk, that meant the benefits of taking the risk were not enough to move him. Fan Yuan asked the land spirit of Langia. You interrogated them and used many methods, did you not gain anything? The land spirit of Langia shrugged. Nothing. These goo immortals were gathered here because of various reasons. There were indeed 3 crucial people in charge of connecting them, organizing the attack and providing information about Langia blessed land. But these 3 goo immortals have already died in battle. Even if I purposely held back, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation was somewhat strange. Their souls were completely destroyed. I could not even find a fragment of their soul. At the end, the land spirit of Langia gradually frowned. Chapter 751. Fan Yuan planned to bring the 13 sleeping cloud coffins back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because of the mountain pledge, land spirit of Langia not only did not obstruct him, she even gave Fan Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the keys to unlocking the immortal killer moves sleeping cloud coffin. Remember to use them according to the sequence I gave you, only then can you successfully unseal the coffin, otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the goo immortal captives inside. Before Fan Yuan left, Land Spirit of Langa instructed. Fan Yuan nodded, memorizing these mortal killer moves. These killer moves did not even have names, their only use was to act as the keys to unlocking sleeping cloud coffins. But to Cloud Path Gu immortals, they might have some value as references. Tai Bai Yunxing cultivated Cloud Path. Fan Yuan planned to let Tai Bai Yunxing take a look at these mortal killer moves. Fan Yuan brought the 13 Gu immortal captives and smoothly returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He first summoned Hu Immortal Land Spirit and asked for the latest information. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was doing well. Fan Yuan had instructed Hu Immortal Land Spirit to operate it steadily. Step by step, she sold the rockmen in the Blessed Land, and also brought in some fox groups. Hu Immortal's main body was an enslavement path Gu Immortal who controlled fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was the most suitable place to raise fox groups. If she continued on this path, she would be able to raise Desolate Beast level fox groups. The profits would be huge. Compared to Fan Yuan selling 2 or 3 batches of Guts Gu, the profits were much higher. But this method took a long time, it needed to be persisted for a long time. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator, her situation at that time was terrible. After several earthly calamities, her economy collapsed, and her losses could not be replenished. Her battle strength fell, and she died at the hands of the blue charm Lightning Shadow. Gu Immortal apertures faced calamities and tribulations every once in a while. They were like obstacles that restricted the number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions' great world. There was another huge shackle, and that was the limit of lifespan. Hu Immortal had Danghun Mountain at that time. She naturally wanted to use this unique resource to make profits. What she did was also a wise move. Although he raised a fox group. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's way of management, but the results were too slow. The longer it took, the more accidents there would be. Moreover, Immortal Fox's situation was deteriorating, and she could no longer develop slowly. However, she did not have Wisdom Gu. He could not think of a similar method for Air Sac Gu. He could only use Guts Gu to indirectly increase the rockman's scale and sell them. Fan Yuan had used this method before, but it did not yield much benefit and was extremely troublesome. The rockman market was already saturated. How could it be as easy and popular as selling Guts Gu? In the end, Immortal Fox failed. Died in the earthly calamity. The wealth she had left behind had benefited Fan Yuan. At the crucial moment, it would provide Fan Yuan with an irreplaceable help. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could be said to be the place where Fan Yuan started his business, the place where he flourished. In his previous life, because Fan Yuan attacked Feng Kim Hong, he destroyed Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The contrast between before and after was quite amazing. Right now, since Fan Yuan could sell Guts Gu directly, and had extra money, he was no longer in a pinch. He would naturally make use of Hu Immortal Blessed Land again, walking on the righteous path that even the original owner, Immortal Fox, did not have time to walk. He would slowly accumulate fox groups and raise Desolate Beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fan Yuan was not anxious, and did not look forward to the profits. After paying attention to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's situation, Fan Yuan paid attention to Crane Gate and Combat Immortal Sect's latest movements. In name, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate had to pay more attention to it. As for his brother Guyue Fangjing, who was in Crane Gate, Fan Yuan had already thrown him to the back of his mind. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, so what? It was like back on Qingmao Mountain. As long as they did not block his path, he would not even bother to step on them. No time. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and energy to step on them. That younger brother of mine, I'm afraid he's already dead? Fan Yuan guessed. Earlier, Fangjing had used Empathy Immortal Gu to communicate with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan gained a lot of information unilaterally. He knew Fangjing's situation. He saw Fangjing being in a blood pool with demonic flowers growing all over his body. Recently, Immortal Crane Sect's situation had been mediocre. They successfully resolved Great Heavenly Sword Sect's problem. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a third Gu immortal. They were preparing to get rid of their status as Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate was a righteous sect. Even though their strength far surpassed Great Heavenly Sword Sect, the righteous path had rules. They could not take action forcefully. They could only recruit Gu immortals from Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they successfully recruited a Gu immortal from Great Heavenly Sword Sect, who was the third person. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had limited resources. They could barely provide for 2 Gu immortals. Adding a third would be even more difficult. The newly advanced Gu immortal was enticed by Crane Gate's conditions and joined Crane Gate. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost a crucial person. Their strength fell. They no longer had the confidence to leave Crane Gate. They could only renew the subordinate contract. However, even though Crane Gate stabilized the situation in the northwest region, they were suppressed in Reincarnation Battlefield. The Gu immortal guarding there, Lei Tan, had to return to the sect to recuperate because he was heavily injured. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had fought intensely for countless years to occupy this place. Crane Gate's attention was once again focused on Reincarnation Battlefield. They could not do anything to Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the short term. He Fengyang, who had been in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was also busy recently, trying to find a way to heal his beloved Nine Palace Crane, Little Nine. This was no doubt good news to Fan Yuan. He could participate in the auction without worrying too much about Central Continent. Fan Yuan paid more attention to Combat Immortal Sect. From some insignificant news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fan Yuan sensed something unusual. These news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for some time, but to Fan Yuan, who was familiar with the inside information, he could see it clearly. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed secretly mobilized Gu immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Fan Yuan thought. He still did not know that ever since he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley had been trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu immortals as reinforcements, but when they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with a slight obstruction. This way, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. This concerns Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, and also Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely secretly attack this Grotto Heaven. I need to hurry, the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking bit by bit. Fan Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ever since he became familiar with all the forces in Central Continent because of the Gutsku transaction, it was much easier to gather information. But this information was only general, it could not be considered important secrets. It could not compare to the Northern Plains information obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Fan Yuan did not pay much attention to this. Many Gu immortals placed great importance on the collection of information. They invested large amounts of funds every year to obtain crucial information and maintain the channels to obtain information. But Fan Yuan did not need this. He saved a lot of expenses because of this. Because he had the advantage of rebirth, the information in his previous life's memories was countless times more important and detailed than the information these Gu immortals obtained after paying a huge price. After confirming the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's surroundings, Fan Yuan relaxed. He looked at Tai Bai Yunxing's letter, and then paid attention to He Lolan's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and the rest. Landscape as before Immortal Gu had completely repaired Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Tai Bai Yunxing gained a lot of goodwill and successfully joined the exploration team. As for He Lulan, she was undergoing tribulation recently. Gu immortals would face calamities and tribulations every set period of time. Rank 6 Gu immortals would face an earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not the time of the 5 regions, but the specific time of each Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Because every immortal aperture had a different tributary of the river of time, the time flow rate was also different compared to the outside world. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique's immortal ascension and became a super-grade blessed land. Her time flow rate was extremely high, even higher than the time path Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunxing. It was 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions' time was 38 years in He Lolan's blessed land. She had to go through 3 earthly calamities, and there were only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed in the 5 regions' time. He Lolan's blessed land had already gone through 2 earthly calamities, and was going through the 3rd one now. Each tribulation was a difficult one. But He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and also had several immortal Gu. If she encountered any problems, she would ask Fan Yuan for help. There was no news from her side now. That meant she was fine. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fan Yuan no longer had any worries. He went back to his plan. He calculated there was less than half a month left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the time flow was 5 times faster, it was slightly less than 2.5 months. The Guts Gu business still had to continue. At the same time, Fan Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to test the inspiration that he had earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fan Yuan came out of the underground cave with a satisfied expression. He had made great gains in this deduction using the light of wisdom. He successfully fused poison breath and the contents of concealing evil heart, forming a brand new incomplete immortal move. Fan Yuan named it Poison Breath. With the immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was naturally named Immortal Path. But the killer move was not complete. Every time it was activated, a large amount of poison gas would remain in the body, causing the aftereffects of the poison. Thus, it could only be considered an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can use poison breath 3 times in a row. After 3 times, the poison gas in my body will poison my soul to death. These 2 killer moves are the manifestation of Wisdom Path and Poison Path attainment. They are a firm foundation. And the formless inspiration brought by the light of wisdom allows me to make full use of this foundation, to blossom. Fan Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. Chapter 752. A few days later, Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fan Yuan met him and saw the joy in his eyes. He said, "Old Bai, it seems that your trip to Eastern Sea this time was a joyous one." Tai Bai Yunxing laughed heartily. "Junior brother's eyes are sharp, that is indeed the case. Why don't you guess what I gained this time?" Fan Yuan was curious. "Fairy Yulu is a servant girl of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivates Earth Path and Water Path. She is proficient in defense and healing. I know about the lineup you used to attack the Blessed Land. You actually succeeded in one attempt and directly took down Yulu Blessed Land?" The truth was, Fan Yuan did not think much of Tai Bai Yunxing's trip. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression froze. He sighed. "So junior brother did not think much of me. You were right after all. This time, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A Gu Immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before Immortal Gu." "Oh?" Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before Immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yunxing exposed this Gu, his value would definitely soar in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Bai Yunxing continued, "After my man as before Immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. Next, I received Shark Demon's warm invitation. He invited me to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's headquarters alone? I rejected him politely. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me in Haishur Blessed Land, and during the banquet, I learned of an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai Bai Yunxing paused for a moment. He looked at Fan Yuan with a bright gaze. Fan Yuan laughed internally. He followed along and asked, He, what important news is it? Is it worth it for you to keep me in suspense?" Tai Bai Yunxing's expression turned solemn. He said excitedly, "It's a method that can allow junior brother to be reborn and leave your immortal zombie body." "Oh?" Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, and had not made any progress. Who would have thought that Tai Bai Yunxing would gain something before Fan Yuan did? "What is it?" Fan Yuan asked. Tai Bai Yinxing said. Shark Demon has a dual cultivation companion. His name was Su Bai Man, also an immortal zombie. In his early years, Su Bai Man had a fortuitous encounter and defeated a strong enemy, obtaining a time path immortal goo called Time Anchor. This goo could move in the river of time. Make a mark. It is useless on its own, but if used with other time path immortal goo, it will have an extremely good effect. When Fan Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Tai Bai Yinxing meant. His eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down. Old Bai, I'm not sure. Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I have long heard of Time Anchor Immortal Goo. If used with your landscape as before, it can allow mountains and rivers to return to a certain time in the past. If used with your man as before, in theory, it can also restore the target to a certain state in the past. But the prerequisite for all this is that Time Anchor Immortal Goo has to leave a mark. That's right. My man as before Immortal Goo can only restore the time to an instant ago. But if used with Time Anchor Immortal Goo, it can break through the time limit. Junior brother, you might be able to use this method to get rid of your immortal zombie body. Tai Bai Yinxing said excitedly. Tai Bai Yinxing's words were not false. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, they had a single function. Each was different. Immortal Goo were unique, although they were powerful, they had their own limitations. Man was the spirit of all living beings, they were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using different goo worms together could increase their effectiveness and complement each other's weaknesses. With Time Anchor Immortal Goo, man as before Immortal Goo can indeed break through the time limit. But Fan Yuan shook his head and continued. Using two Immortal Goo together is not as simple as activating them together. Instead, it requires the assistance of many Mortal Goo worms, or even Immortal Goo, to form an immortal killer move. The combination of man as before and Time Anchor is indeed possible in theory. But you do not have the corresponding immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies treated you with great hospitality because they wanted you to help them and contribute man as before, so that they could research an immortal killer move? Tai Bai Yinxing nodded, praising. Junior brother, you are a smart person, your guess is very accurate, that is indeed the case. It is a pity. Fan Yuan shook his head again. What is a pity? I feel that this method has great hope. Tai Bai Yinxing looked at Fan Yuan in confusion. Old Bai, you know, it is already a fact that I became an immortal zombie. Maybe Shark Demon and the others had already used Time Anchor Immortal Goo before becoming immortal zombies, and left behind a mark in the river of time. But I did not. Thus, even if this killer move is researched, it is useless to me. Fan Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yinxing laughed. Junior brother, you are right to worry. But I have good news to tell you, that Shark Demon and Su Bai Man did not use Time Anchor Immortal Goo to leave a mark in time. Oh? Back then, Su Bai Man defeated a strong enemy. Although he obtained Time Anchor Immortal Goo, he did not know its use. Su Bai Man was on the verge of death at that time, and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned of it, in order to accompany his wife, he also resolutely turned into an immortal zombie even though he had enough lifespan. After the two became immortal zombies for several years, they finally figured out the origin and usage of Time Anchor Immortal Goo. Tai Bai Yinxing said. So it was like that. Fan Yuan's expression changed slightly. It was not uncommon to find out the origin and usage of mysterious immortal goo after obtaining them for several years or even more than a decade. Back then, Fan Yuan had obtained many immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land, but he did not dare to test their usage recklessly. Fortunately, he had Land Spirit of Langia. He was able to figure it out by relying on him. Tai Bai Yinxing continued. When the two learned about the usage of Time Anchor Immortal Goo, they were filled with regret, but it was already too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, so I asked them directly during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method. They mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada. Oh? Fan Yuan had a curious expression, mixed with suspicion. Is Spring-Autumn Cicada on that mystical goo list? Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai Bai Yunxing had no suspicions. Spring-autumn cicada is not reliable. I mentioned spring-autumn cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo, if they had an immortal goo like spring-autumn cicada, they could bring the goo immortal to the river of time. At that time, they could use Time Anchor Immortal Goo to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use Man as before Immortal Goo to return. I think this method has a chance of success. Fan Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought, and did not speak. Tai Bai Yunxing did not know that this Fan Yuan in front of him was the current owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunxing, they did not know much about Spring-Autumn Cicada, it was only rumors. Fan Yuan thought, if I could use Spring-Autumn Cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo at that time? But this method, in theory, is indeed feasible. Fan Yuan had reached an agreement with Wisdom Goo. To a certain extent, he had grasped Wisdom Goo. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year, and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to Wisdom Goo. If Fan Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fan Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fan Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with Wisdom Goo was a perfect time, place, and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 Wisdom Goo was Fan Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without Wisdom Goo, there would be no greater benefits. However, other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other Time Path Immortal Goo. For example, viewing past Immortal Goo and Visual Memory Immortal Goo can allow the Goo Immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using Viewing Past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old Earthwood. Using Visual Memory Immortal Goo, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two Immortal Goo can form the Rank 8 Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, which can extract the Goo Immortal's will and observe the River of Time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fan Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the Time Path Investigative Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, I can use it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use Man as before Immortal Goo to restore my body and revive without losing Wisdom Goo. Of course, Extreme Forward Immortal Goo is only an example. Maybe there are other Time Path Immortal Goo that are more suitable to be used with Time Anchor. Fan Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. Old Bai, thank you. He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources, and time. It is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. We are one family, there is no need to thank me. What's there to thank? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately said. However, towards Fan Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued. That is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time, during this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil, with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient. Fan Yuan smiled. While you were away, I had already used the identity of Sha Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So Junior Brother had a plan. Fan Yuan continued. I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction, come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path killer moves for you to take a look. Don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well? Tai Bai Yunxing received these killer moves. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fan Yuan showed him the Goo Immortal Captives and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Langia. Tai Bai Yunxing was incredibly shocked. Then, he said with mixed joy and worry, Looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you, It is best if He Luan and Fairy Li Shan come as well. They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to He Chen, it is not good to travel with them now, Fan Yuan said. Chapter 753. The green peak pierced through the clouds. At the peak, there was a lake that was quiet like a mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky. This was true martial blessed land, the foundation of Northern Plains Yuan clan. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very common. It existed in southern border, eastern sea, western desert, and other regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was even more important. It represented a superforce, it was supreme authority. In the sky above the lake, a white-robed old man waved his spear. His aura was grand and majestic. He created waves of clouds and wind. The old man had white hair, he was hale and hearty. His movements were as fast as lightning at times, and as still as a rock at other times. The spear in his hand stretched out like a swimming dragon. It was full of spirituality. But no matter how much commotion he caused, the lake at the peak of the green peak did not have any ripples. It was as calm as a mirror. The lake was full of life. The water plants swayed without any ripples. A large group of carps stared at the white-robed old man's spear through the water. They opened and closed their mouths. They started to speak. Old Yuan, your dance is quite good. It is quite nice. This spear move is quite good. It has the shadow of spear Taoist from back then. This spear move is too much. It is a bit biased. Hearing the carps say this, the white-robed old man stopped his movements. He landed beside the lake. The spear in his hand shined with white light, turning into a goo that entered his sleeves. Next, he bowed towards the carps in the lake, asking humbly, "May I ask why the sweep earlier was biased? You used too much strength. Too forceful, it lost its charm. The old man is too old. His internal heat is too strong, he should eat some water plants to cool it down." The carps started to talk, commenting freely. These carps were extraordinary. Their skin was white as snow, their scales were black as ink. Black and white were distinct, there were no other colors. People called them true martial carps. They were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth, each was a mutated beast king. The white-robed old man thought about it. He raised his finger. Using his arm as a spear, he tested it. "Can this work?" "No." "Wrong. Old man. You are so stupid." The carps started to criticize the old man. At this time, Yuan Clan Gu Immortal Yuan Shi rushed over, hearing the true martial carp's criticism. However, he was already used to it. He bowed to the white-robed old man. He said respectfully, "Greetings, First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan Clan's first Supreme Elder. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. When he saw who it was, he frowned in displeasure. "Junior Yuan Chi, why are you here? Didn't this old man tell you not to disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts in peace? My lord, you took care of me earlier. Let me remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Chi's greeting was even more respectful. "Oh? There was such a thing. I almost forgot. Does this mean that the auction is approaching?" The Yuan family's grand elder slapped his forehead. Yuan Chi smiled bitterly. "Sir, today is the day of the auction." "Ah? Time passed so quickly. Brat, you reminded me well. When I return, I will give you a reward. Let's go this way." Saying so, Yuan Clan's first elder waved his sleeves as an immortal goo flew out of the mirror lake. This goo was called human language. It could turn the words of wild beasts into human language. Once human language immortal goo left, the discussions of the true martial carp group stopped. Only the sound of their mouths opening and closing could be heard. Yuan Clan's first elder stored human language immortal goo and flew into the sky, turning into light. The carp group coiled around each other. After some discussion, they got bored and swam away. Yuan Chi watched as the first elder's figure completely disappeared from his sight. "First elder is still the same," he sighed, waving his sleeves towards the mirror lake. Immediately, winds blew and clouds moved, as thick white clouds covered the most important area of Yuan Clan. Mulan oars in the Lotus Flower Village. After singing, the night air turns cold. Beyond the smoke, beyond the willows, beyond the lake, the mountain's eyebrows are blue and the moon's eyebrows are yellow. The scholar shook his head, holding a scroll as he sat in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lotus flowers were blooming, the moon was shining brightly, there was a light breeze and a faint fragrance. A maid was beside the scholar. Her face was like a painting, her wrist was white as snow, she was holding a small flask, pouring wine into a wine cup on the stone table. After the scholar finished reading the poem, he held the scroll with one hand, his gaze still on it, his other hand grabbed the wine cup. He did not even look at it, he poured the wine into his mouth and smacked it, muttering, "Even though the wine is good, there is not much left. I can use the auction to ask for a few more jars of lychee from that person. Han Xiu, come with me this time. Let Tianxiang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The maid was slightly happy, replying. Clang, 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 the sound of immortal Gu heavenly bell resounded in Gu immortal He Lang Zi's mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal Gu heavenly bell is amazing indeed. I only used 5% of its power, but my organs shifted and my blood flowed in reverse. Even though I have been using a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly. His blood flowed back and disappeared in a few breaths of time, as if he had never been injured. With such power, I don't need to worry about not being able to exchange immortal Gu. He stood up, flying towards the direction of Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh. It is truly a beautiful scenery. A rank 8 Gu immortal with a tall hat and a large cloak looked down from the sky, looking at the reed marsh below him. There were reeds everywhere, the waterways were like alleys, it was complicated like a maze. The main character here was not the ducks, nor the herons, nor the fishes, it was the Crimson Reed Marsh. Tens of thousands of reeds leapt out of the water in a vigorous manner. They seemed to carry a heroic aura as they spread out in a grand and unbridled manner. With the posture of a king, they subdued the creatures that lived here and took them for themselves. This rank 8 Gu immortal observed for a while, saying with deep emotions, "This scenery is majestic and beautiful, there is a deep ravine hidden within the heroism." Using the scenery to judge people, this Qin Bai Xing was a meticulous person. Bold, uninhibited, and shrewd. No wonder it could stir up a commotion in northern plains and hold this auction. Sect leader has great insight. A rank 7 Gu immortal beside him said. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Qin Bai Xing's move is like the clouds with a flip of his hand and the rain with a flip of his hand. It's a marvelous move that can bring the dead back to life. I, Murongji Shao, admire him greatly. I am really looking forward to this auction that includes all the heroes of Northern Plains." The rank 8 Gu immortal who was called the cult leader retracted his gaze as he said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, the East Sea is rich." Heroes came forth in large numbers. Even though Northern Plains had many talents, they could be an overlord of an area, dominating the whole of Colored Glass Sea. However, there aren't many who can catch your eye. Murong Jinshao said respectfully. From his words, this mysterious cult leader was not a Northern Plains Gu immortal. It was from the East Sea. Brother Qin. We meet again. Fan Yuan cupped his fists and greeted Qin Bai Xing. Ha ha ha, Brother Sha, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side. Qin Bai Xing was very enthusiastic. He held Fan Yuan's arms, as if he was treating Fan Yuan as his own brother. Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing traveled together. They did not walk in Northern Plains. Instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land. Through Whole Earth Gu, they arrived at Baixing blessed land. Because of their previous cooperation, and because of the mountain pledge, Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Xing's blessed land already had a pair of Whole Earth Gu. They could communicate easily. Fan Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and entered the blessed land through this method, meeting Qin Bai Xing again. I had no choice. I have great treasures on me, but my cultivation level is low. I could only use this method to avoid any accidents. Fan Yuan purposely smiled bitterly. Brother, don't be humble, you are an unfathomable person. Just based on your relationship with Fairy Li Shan, who would dare to target you? Qin Baixing said in a respectful tone. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. But one day, if I have your battle strength, I won't be afraid. Fan Yuan quickly replied. In terms of communication skills, he did not lose to Qin Baixing. I wonder who this is. Qin Baixing turned his gaze towards Tai Baiyunxing, who was beside Fan Yuan. Right now, Tai Baiyunxing had also used unfamiliar face, turning into an ordinary old man. His appearance and figure were very different from before. This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Baixing. Fan Yuan introduced generously. Baixing, forgive me for not knowing much, but I did not know that there was someone like you in Northern Plains. Qin Baixing took the initiative to greet. You flatter me, you flatter me. Tai Baiyunxing quickly returned the greeting. Qin Baixing brought Fan Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing to the auction venue. For this auction, I specially modified the blessed land to form this huge auction venue. Qin Baixing introduced. It is truly extraordinary, it has a grand aura. As expected of Brother Qin's creation. Fan Yuan smiled, praising Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing showed a trace of unease and worry, saying, There is no helping it. This auction has invited almost all of Northern Plains forces and countless experts. I am in charge of this. If the auction venue is too shabby, I might offend people. To speak the truth, I have been under a lot of pressure these days. I can barely sleep. Thankfully, Brother Shah is here. The Gu Immortal Blessed Land will definitely cause a commotion. I am looking forward to it. I wonder how many there are? Fan Yuan did not say the number, he only smiled and said, Brother Qin, don't worry. Haha, of course I am. Qin Baixing's gaze flickered, he could not probe any further, he changed the topic. My auction venue has a main hall, individual rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can be used to communicate. The individual rooms are for those Gu immortals who like to be alone and have strange tempers. The secret rooms are for concealing the Gu immortal's identity. These three arrangements have already been written in the alliance agreement. Brother Shah does not need to worry that I will tamper with them. Brother Shah, what position will you choose? Can these three positions be changed during the auction? Fan Yuan asked. Of course. But once a secret room is occupied, without the owner's permission, no one can enter or leave. Qin Baixing answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fan Yuan said. I will also choose a secret room. Tai Baiyunxing said. Qin Baixing nodded. The first 9 secret rooms are already reserved. I will give you the 10th and 11th secret rooms, how about that? Chapter 754. In the secret room, Fan Yuan played with the Gu worms in his hands with interest. These mortal Gu were naturally Qin Baixing's, but he had already lent them to the secret room's owner, allowing Fan Yuan to use them. He mobilized some primeval essence and tried to inject it. The secret room's environment changed immediately. It seems that Qin Baixing put in a lot of effort. Although it is a secret room, it is a small world, larger than a garden. I can also use these mortal Gu to change the environment, creating mountains and rivers, or even seas and lakes, pavilions, and so on. As Fan Yuan moved, the secret room's environment continued to change. At times, there were lush green mountains, and he was in a pavilion on a mountain peak. At times, there were surging rivers, and he was in a boat by the river. Of course, these changes were all illusions, they could not be real. If it was real, to change the world in an instant, the power of immortal Gu would have to be used, and immortal essence would have to be expended. Fan Yuan took the Gu worm in his hands, and looked at it with his mind. In this East Window Gu, there were many auction items, all of which were precious treasures. Fan Yuan was dazzled as he looked at it. Some of the items even had corresponding conditions written behind them. Other than using immortal Yuan stone to buy them, one could also use resources to exchange for them. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the items wanted. Fan Yuan looked at the contents in front, and focused on the latter part. This part listed many immortal Gu, they were of all kinds, and involved many paths. Behind these immortal Gu, there was information to exchange for them. Different from the previous items, immortal goo were unique. No matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they would not be sold. This was the iron rule of the market. Even during the 5 regions' chaotic war, it was the same. Thus, if one wanted to buy an immortal goo, one would need to use another immortal goo as the price. Fa Yuan's attention was focused. He soon saw some of his immortal goo listed on it. There were 4 immortal goo: rising azure cloud, worldly wave trace, calamity beckoning, and delight in water and mountain. The first 2 were movement immortal goo. One was cloud path, the other was water path. They did not match Fan Yuan's strength path. Although Tai Bai Yinshan cultivated cloud path as a secondary path, but he was a time path goo immortal. Rising rapidly was not suitable for him. As for calamity beckon immortal goo, as high as rank 7. But the effect was ridiculous. It was simply a suicidal weapon. Although Fan Yuan had thought of some uses, it would be more worth it if he could exchange it for other immortal goo. Finally, delight in water and mountain immortal goo can generate a lot of happiness. But Fan Yuan was already preparing to mass refine malicious thought goo. In this way, the effect of joy could be suppressed. He might as well take it out and see what immortal goo he could exchange for. If he couldn't get it, he would just have to take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, there were naturally the immortal goo requirements that Fan Yuan wanted to exchange for. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were handed over by Fan Yuan through Fairy Li Shan. It could be said that he had cleared his name. Even though calamity beckoning and other immortal goo were quite troublesome to sell, there might even be trouble. But if he could exchange it for an appropriate immortal goo, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Missed this golden opportunity. If he waited any longer, he would have to wait until the 5 regions' chaotic war in a few hundred years. Fan Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was decisive when it was time to take a risk. He would not cower. Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Wisdom goo can barely be considered as well. Fan Yuan calculated, he needed the remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not auction them. In fact, he would try to avoid exposing them as much as possible. Spring Autumn Cicada. Whoever used it would know, even though there was a chance of failure, Fan Yuan had gained a lot of benefits and experience. He could not stop. Even with Wisdom goo in Who Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his greatest trump card. Fan Yuan had already decided to keep Spring Autumn Cicada as his vital goo in his first aperture. If there was a chance in the future, he would choose to undergo immortal ascension in Time Path. Cleanse Soul immortal goo was the core of the immortal killer move Myriad Self. Even though he was hungry now and could not use it, he would not sell it. Connect Luck immortal goo was a supplementary immortal goo that made up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fan Yuan had personally experienced the power of Luck Path. He would not let go of this immortal goo. Wisdom goo was even more out of the question. Once it was taken out, there would be a huge storm and a fatal disaster. As for Woman's Heart immortal goo, it was something Fan Yuan had abandoned. But due to a coincidence, Fan Yuan comprehended the killer move Poison Spit. Right now, Woman's Heart immortal goo was already embedded in Fan Yuan's right chest. It was shaped like a heart. It was beating slightly, but it was small, only the size of a baby's fist. It was purple-black in color. Poisonous gas lingered around it. It was already connected to Fan Yuan's blood vessels. With every breath Fan Yuan took, the zombie blood would flow slowly, and poison gas would seep out and enter Fan Yuan's internal circulation. From this, one could see the shadow of the Wisdom Path killer move harboring malicious intent. But the supplementary mortal goo around Woman's Heart were more like a reverse refinement goo formation. Through reverse refinement, the strength of Woman's Heart was extracted. This was thanks to the special property of immortal goo Woman's Heart, nurture and refinement in one. This goo needed to be fed with a woman's heart, and on the basis that it was full, the more it was fed, the stronger its power. Right now, Fan Yuan reversed this process and extracted its power. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Woman's Heart was an expendable immortal goo. Normally, it would be expended in one go. But by thinking of a method in using goo worms, he could extract its power continuously and use it repeatedly. Poison Spit is only an incomplete immortal killer move, it needs to be perfected in the future. With Wisdom Goo, there shouldn't be a problem. Fan Yuan collected his thoughts, putting down the east window Goo. With a thought, the area in front of him became transparent, allowing Fan Yuan to see the auction hall directly. The auction hall had the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fan Yuan could not see the latter two, he could only see the scene in the main hall. At this moment, there were already over 20 Goo immortals sitting in the seats in the main hall. They were talking to each other, the content was not hidden from others. Old Lu, long time no see, how have you been? So it is Qing Xianzi, it seems you have passed the second heavenly tribulation. I am ashamed. My foundation is insufficient, I am afraid. These last years, I have mostly planted my blessed land in the outside world of northern plains. I also spent a lot of money to borrow time path immortal Goo, greatly slowing down the time flow of the blessed land. Right now, I still have first heavenly tribulation cultivation. Earthly calamities are hard to pass, heavenly tribulations are even harder to pass. Sir is experienced and prudent, you do not advance rashly, this is the safest path. Shi Yuyan, you are here too? Your words are too strange. You, Wu Rome, can come, why can't I? Humph. Back then, I will definitely take revenge for you stealing my Goo. Just you wait and see. He, I know this immortal Goo is suitable for you, but I have already decided to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so today. Some Goo immortals were reminiscing about the past, trying to get to know each other, while others were in a state of mutual hostility. At this time, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall with his head held high. Haha, so many people are here. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed loudly. His bold laughter attracted the attention of the people in the hall. Their discussions became quieter. Fan Yuan also looked over. This Yuan tribe's first supreme elder was a rank 7 Goo immortal, the leader of a super force, Northern Plains Yuan tribe. He had extraordinary battle strength and wealth. He was a strong competitor. Qin Baixing had been standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. He took the initiative to greet. Lord Yuan, your presence brings light to my Baixing blessed land. Don't call me Lord, call me Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baixing and his eyes shined. He patted the latter's shoulder intimately. In the past, he had fought with Qin Baixing. The latter's strength was acknowledged by him. But I have gained some insights from practicing my spear techniques recently. When will we spar again? Yuan Rangzun suddenly changed the topic, revealing his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dalmark spear technique is still fresh in this junior's mind. I wonder if Senior Yuan wants to sit in the main hall, a single room, or a secret room? Qin Baixing smiled, not following Yuan Rangzun's words. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew it was not the time to arrange a battle. He thought about it and decided. Yuan Rangzun had just stepped into the single room when a handsome scholar with a female Goo immortal behind him also entered the auction hall. Free Scholar is here too? The gazes of the Goo immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I heard that Free Scholar has great luck with women. He has 2 Goo immortals as maids. They are Hong Xiu and Tian Xiang. I wonder which one it is. More male Goo immortals looked at the female Goo immortal. Looking at her fiery red dress, it should be Fairy Hong Xiu. Fairy Tian Xiang has a body fragrance. If she were here, the main hall would be filled with fragrance already. A Goo immortal who was familiar with the situation said excitedly. In Fan Yuan's mind, the relevant information flashed past. This Free Scholar was a lone cultivator. His origin was a little complicated. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains. They came from an aristocratic clan in Central Continent. There were many sects in Central Continent. Clans did not have strong competitiveness and could not survive. Those with the conditions would pass through the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Living alone in a foreign land, Free Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of strength. It was hard for them to survive in Northern Plains. Their situation was getting worse. After a few generations, they finally assimilated into Northern Plains, but they were like dying people, they were beyond cure. By the time it reached Free Scholar's generation, the clan could not turn back, it was completely destroyed. Free Scholar brought his 2 maids and escaped with their lives, surviving with great difficulty. In the midst of difficulty, even when facing the danger of death, Free Scholar did not abandon his 2 maids. Eventually he obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. After becoming an immortal, he did not hesitate to spend money and effort to bring his 2 maids to become an immortal with him. This became a legend in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Be it Yuan Rang Zun, Free Scholar, or other Gu immortals, they all had their own spectacular stories. They were the main characters of their own legends. Chapter 755. Brother Qin, you go do what you need to do. We can choose our own rooms. The Free Scholar waved at Qin Baixing. His words and tone showed that he had a good relationship with Qin Baixing. Then, the Free Scholar walked leisurely and entered a single room with Fairy Hong Xiu. After him, more Gu immortals entered. Some chose single rooms while most chose the main hall. As for those who chose a secret room, there was another secret passage that led directly to their respective secret rooms. But it could not be seen in the hall. Although Qin Baixing is a rogue cultivator, he is strong and humble. He travels a lot and is friends with many strong cultivators. Tai Baiyinxing sent a secret message from the 11th chamber. This was his first time meeting Qin Baixing, and he had a very high opinion of him. Fan Yuan analyzed as he looked at the scene in the hall. It's not just Qin Baixing's work. Earlier, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Northern Plains Gu immortals had obtained many immortal Gu. They needed to exchange for them and satisfy their own requirements. It was also because of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Adding on the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land, the situation in Northern Plains had changed drastically. All the forces needed to set new rules. It was precisely because of the right timing, location, and people that this auction was so grand. Qin Baixing and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite a rank 8 Gu immortal not just because of them. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals entered. In the hall, the Gu immortals were conversing intensely, creating a huge commotion. Although Gu immortals were strong and had unlimited primeval essence, suppressing mortals, they were busy managing their immortal apertures and had to make preparations to deal with calamities and tribulations. They had limited time. Furthermore, the world was vast and Gu immortals were rare. It was a rare opportunity for them to communicate with each other. Especially an opportunity like this where so many Gu immortals could gather, it was extremely rare. Gu immortals needed to socialize. They placed great importance on their network. Immortal Gu were unique. Many times, Gu immortals needed to borrow other people's immortal Gu to solve their own problems. Also, this world's commerce wasn't very developed. Rare and precious resources were difficult to purchase with immortal Yuan stone. Most of the time, rare resources could only be exchanged. This auction gathered almost all of the Gu immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to communicate was extremely rare. Thus, in the hall, the Gu immortals were talking non-stop. They exchanged information. There were even 2 or 3 pairs of enemies that had been mediated and temporarily resolved. Gu immortals were few in number, the circle was only so big. They were either acquaintances or enemies. Even if they were strangers, they would often be brought out from the complicated network of relationships with each other. Not long after the Free Scholar, an old man holding a walking stick slowly entered the auction house. Seeing this, Qin Baixing's expression shook, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Stepping forward, Qin Baixing greeted. Qin Baixing greets Lord Medicine Sovereign! Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains. The hall went silent. Many Gu immortals could not sit still anymore, they stood up. Greetings rang out incessantly. Lord Medicine Sovereign, you are my benefactor. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for Lord Medicine Sovereign, I would still be injured. Lord Medicine Sovereign, do you still remember me? I'm Little Four, the one who helped you find the bean sprout worm. Even the Gu immortals who went into the single rooms earlier came out. He bowed to the Medicine Sovereign. Hello, everyone is well. Everything is fine. The medicine sovereign was extremely amiable as he nodded his head. He did not put on any airs, he did not rely on acting old. Like Tai Bai Yunxing, Yao Huang was a healing Gu immortal. He was also from the righteous path, he had the Huang Jin bloodline, the first supreme elder of the Superforce Yao clan. He had a high reputation in Northern Plains. He could be said to be the leader of the 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. There were many stories about Yao Huang, they could not be finished even in 3 days and 3 nights. Here, there was a story that was most closely related to Fan Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal Gu. In the last 100 years, he often requested immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance to experiment on them. The more he researched, the more Yao Huang gained. He actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Even in front of many Gu immortal experts, he could not see through it. In fact, for some time, Northern Plains Gu immortal world was deceived. They thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was up and he had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang took advantage of this and declared that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At this time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demonis, had already entered Eastern Sea. Zombie Alliance had no leader. Only Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 rank 7s were guarding it. Nobody in Zombie Alliance could see through Yao Huang's method, but at the final moment, he failed at the door of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang tried, he could not open the door. The immortal zombies looked at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not enter, he could only laugh loudly and remove his method, speaking the truth. Even though he deceived everyone, he had a high reputation and high cultivation level. No immortal zombie dared to make things difficult for him. In the end, they even sent him back politely. Just as the medicine sovereign entered, Yin Lu Gong also appeared. "Oh, it's little Lu." Yao Huang turned around and greeted. "Junior greets Lord Yao Huang." Yin Lu Gong had a flattered expression as he walked forward and greeted. This time, Zombie Alliance's mission was completed in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao Clan. I did not neglect my research. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to your cooperation with Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang chuckled as he thanked. You flatter me. It is Zombie Alliance's honor to be able to cooperate with Lord Yao Huang. And in the future, when Lord Yao Huang creates a new healing immortal Gu, it will also benefit the Gu immortals of Northern Plains. Yin Lu Gong was good at socializing. He knew how to speak. The medicine sovereign stretched out his withered old hand and grabbed Yin Lu Gong. Come, little six, sit together with this old man during the auction. Before Yin Lu Gong could refuse, he said to Qin Baixing, Little Qin, come, give us a single room. Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Xue Hu. Each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared, rank 8 was the peak of Gu immortal strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Xue Hu was the number 1 person in the demonic path, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first supreme elder, a righteous path rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic, they were neutral. The final prince's impatience was also a righteous path Gu immortal. But he was only an external supreme elder of a superforce, Gong clan. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline, his status was quite awkward. And because of some grudges with Gong clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong clan. Only when Gong clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic, and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balanced situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts who came later wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already been seen. Only Lord Prince's impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener. To be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Princess Impatience is? Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female Gu immortal entered the hall. It was Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Princess Impatience. Their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Baixin quickly went up to greet them. Master is recuperating the grotto heaven Tu Qi. I will represent his will in this trip. Feng Jioge said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered, even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Princess Impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Princess Impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Feng Jioge had an indifferent expression. Vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary. The Gu immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course. This was also because Gu immortals respected each other. They would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring. Under everyone's intense gazes, Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Fan Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next, he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Feng Jioge's mind shook. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu, aren't these the core Gu worms of our Sex Immortal Gu House, Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Jioge's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the Sex Supreme Elders guessed correctly. Back then, the Sex Saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, Mo Yao would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed, 88-point Xinyang Tower has collapsed, Water Pavilion has also been destroyed, the core Immortal Gu have been obtained by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Oh? And Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. According to the Sex records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path from 88-point Xinyang Tower, and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, wanting to help her husband Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Bo Qing's tribulation was too deep, even with Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to attract a small portion of the calamity. He could not continue and both died. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was also destroyed during the tribulation. To think that there was a new Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. This discovery gave Feng Jioge even more questions. Where did Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu come from? Who refined it? Was it the auctioneer? Or was it because Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, scattered outside and taken by others? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao had left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the refinement recipe of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu? At once, Feng Jioge's thoughts were complex as they flashed through his mind. He suddenly laughed. Coming to this auction was the right choice. I have just entered and I have already obtained so many clues. No matter what, I have to take back Delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace. Spirit Affinity House has already lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, it is rank 7, the price for it is too high. I will take a look before making a decision. Chapter 756. Time continued to move forward, the number of Gu immortals entering gradually decreased. After waiting for a while, Qin Baixin closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the platform in front of the hall and announced, "Everyone, according to the agreement, the time has arrived. The auction will officially begin." Strange, why did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not enter? Tai Bai Yinxing transmitted to Fang Yuan. That's right, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the hall after entering. But she is nowhere to be seen. Fan Yuan replied. This auction has a main hall, a single room, and a secret room. If she chooses a secret room, she will enter it through a secret passage and will not show herself in public. But even if Fairy Li Shan enters a secret room, she will definitely inform us. Did you notice that none of He tribe's Gu immortals are here? Tai Bai Yinxing pointed out. Fan Yuan pondered. Let's send a letter first and ask about this situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan have the Snowy Mountain alliance with us. The possibility of them betraying us is not high. If they are attacked by He Cheng's group, with their strength, they should be able to send a letter requesting for help. While the two were discussing, the first item was brought out on the platform. As everyone knows, this is a sky chief cloud. When spread out, it can stretch for over 1,000,000 square kilometers. Such a large number of sky chief clouds are rare even in jewel yellow skies. The starting bid is 20 immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 5 immortal yuan stone. Please begin. Qin Baixing spoke. Sky chief cloud, this is suitable for my Tai Bai blessed land. Tai Bai Yinxing's attention was immediately attracted. Without thinking, he controlled the mortal goo prepared in the secret room to bid. Qin Baixing had a feeling, he announced. 11th secret room. 30 immortal yuan stone. At the next moment, a cloud path goo immortal in the hall spoke. 35 immortal yuan stone. Tai Bai Yinxing smiled lightly, activating his mortal goo and bidding again. He directly raised the price by another 10 pieces, to 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone was enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The cloud path Gu immortal who made the bid earlier gritted his teeth. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent. There were earth chief beasts underground and sky chief beasts in the sky. Within the immemorial 9 heavens. Basically, there were more or less sky chief beasts living there. The so-called heavenly chief clouds were formed by the breathing of the heavenly chief beasts over a long period of time. The cloud could create an environment. The production of cloud path goo worms in the immortal aperture increased greatly. If there was a group of sky chief beasts living in the clouds, that would be even better. If it was handled properly, there would be an endless supply of Tiankui clouds. However, the complete immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 Gu immortals. Each sky chief beast was at least a beast king, comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each sky chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast sky chief. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Going once. Qin Baixing saw that no one was bidding anymore, so he shouted. In my blessed land, there is already a sky full of float ball tea grass. At the end of this month, we will have our first harvest. Next is to bring in the jade hummingbirds. If we add in sky chief clouds, we will have the foundation to bring in smallpox and floating hawks. Junior brother, even though you became an immortal later than me, you have already managed to immortal blessed land and have experience. Can you give me some advice? What do you think of my idea? Tai Bai Yinxing chuckled as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. On the stage, Qin Baixing spoke again. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, going twice. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying to Tai Bai Yinxing. Smallpox indeed grows in the clouds, and floating hawks usually have cloud path goo worms on them. Old Bai, you want to cultivate time path and cloud path as a secondary path? Precisely. My time path specializes in healing. I can cultivate cloud path as a secondary path to make up for my other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yinxing spoke bluntly. He was proficient in cloud path movement to begin with. His attainment was at the level of a flying master. Later, he befriended Northern Plains Ingman King Mo Tan Sang and sold the killer move 9 cloud ring to him at a low price, causing Tai Bai Yinxing to become even more interested in cloud path. Fan Yuan did not feel it was strange that he would make such a choice. At this time, Qin Baixing shouted for the 3rd time. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, auctioning over 2 million km2 of sky chief clouds, going thrice. Wait, 55 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, another Gu immortal spoke. His voice came from single room 17. Tai Bai Yunxing did not expect such a change. He quickly raised the price again. 60 pieces of immortal yuan stone! This price finally dispelled everyone's fighting spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing got what he wanted. Next is the second auction item, a rare black soul antelope group. The beast group is 320,000, with 5 beast emperors. The starting price is 10 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 4 pieces of immortal yuan stone. If you exchange for it with drooping rainbow ointment, you will get a discount, Qin Baixing said. Black soul antelopes were almost impossible to see in the outside world of northern plains. This beast group was huge in scale. It should be raised in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Moreover, the Gu worms that lived on the antelopes were mostly soul path Gu worms. Thus they were especially attractive to soul path Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortal who sold this black soul antelope needed the Gu refinement material, drooping rainbow ointment. Thus, he could use immortal yuan stone or drooping rainbow ointment to bid. After a round of bidding, this black soul antelope was bought by a Gu Immortal for 28 immortal yuan stone. The third auction item is a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era. It is called Inch of Time. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. The crucial point is that this Gu recipe has already been modified. All the Gu refinement materials are commonly seen in the current era and can be found. The starting price is 22 immortal yuan stone. You can also use the skin of the desolate beast's 6-headed snake as a bargaining chip. Qin Baixing shouted. 23 immortal yuan stone. You only increased the price by 1, aren't you ashamed? 30 immortal yuan stone. I bid 32. The Gu Immortals bidding this time were clearly more than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path Gu worm. It could not be used on humans, but it could be used on other targets. It was widely used for Gu refinement. For example, to refine a Gu worm, it needed 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, by using Inch of Time Gu, it would quickly reach the requirement of 3 days and 3 nights. It would accelerate the Gu worm's preparation and transformation. And the Gu master's true time consumption might only be a short moment. Fang Yuan had once obtained the Gu recipe of the antiquity era Gu worm group's strength Gu. It was only worth 2 immortal yuan stone in the market. Inch of Time was only a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but there was a complete set of 1 inch of time from rank 1 to rank 5. 5 inches of time from rank 1 to rank 5. Most importantly, this Gu recipe had already been modified by a Gu Immortal. The Gu refinement materials were suitable for the current situation. They were not hard to obtain. Unlike the original Gu recipe, many of the Gu refinement materials were extremely rare. They were either expensive or extinct. Because of this, the price skyrocketed. The starting price was 22 immortal yuan stone. It quickly rose to 48. Tai Bai Yunxing also participated in this bidding. He bid 58 immortal yuan stone. At once, he raised the price by 10, intending to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunxing was rich. He was even richer than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before. These 2 time path healing immortal Gu were very popular in Eastern Sea, especially when he explored Yulu blessed land. Even though he failed, but man as before saved a certain Gu Immortal. This Gu Immortal's reward was 100 or so immortal yuan stone, and he personally promised to owe Tai Bai Yunxing a favor. He would repay it in the future. Most importantly, Tai Bai Yunxing's blessed land was healthy. It produced green grape immortal essence every once in a while. He accumulated more and more green grape immortal essence. He could not use it. His Tai Bai blessed land. Time flowed 33 times faster than the outside world. It was about the same as He Lolan's super-grade blessed land. This was because it was a high-grade blessed land. Moreover, it was a time path Gu Immortal. It was quite outstanding in terms of time path resources. A day in the outside world was a month in Tai Bai blessed land. In theory, the blessed land would produce green grape immortal essence every month. At the same time in the outside world, Tai Bai Yunxing's green grape immortal essence would be several times or even more than 10 times that of ordinary rank 6 Gu Immortals. In contrast, Fan Yuan, although he sold Guts Gu, he had to expend all kinds of resources, especially refining immortal yuan stone to exchange for green grape immortal essence. There was no helping it, his immortal aperture was already dead, it could not produce immortal essence, it would collapse and wither every once in a while, it was a huge burden to him. Tai Bai Yinxing's bid had indeed scared off most of the Gu immortals who were bidding. But there was still a group that persisted. 1 by 2, the price slowly rose to 66 immortal meta stones. 66 immortal yuan stone to buy a set of mortal Gu worm recipes. Some low-level Gu immortals in the hall were tongue-tied. It is not expensive. Although inch of time cannot be used on oneself, it can save time and shorten the steps of Gu refinement. It has a wide range of uses. We need to plan for the long term, especially for those Gu immortals who cultivate refinement path. Over time, they can use inch of time to save 66 immortal yuan stone in profit. A Gu immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already the limit. It would be unwise to raise the price any higher, unless they have special requirements. Unless he has a special need. Another Gu immortal added in his analysis. 66 immortal yuan stone, going once. Qin Baixing shouted. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted to Tai Bai Yinxing. Old Bai, let's each take out half of the immortal yuan stone, how about we compete together? Tai Bai Yinxing was overjoyed. Junior brother, it would be great if you want to make a move. Thus, he continued to raise the price to 68. Only one Gu immortal continued to bid, adding an immortal yuan stone. Finally, Fan Yuan and Tai Bai Yinxing worked together and bought inch of time at the exorbitant price of 70 immortal yuan stone. Time slowly passed, treasures appeared one after another. The competition in the auction hall was getting more intense, the atmosphere was getting more heated. Many Gu immortals lost their composure, their faces were flushed with anger. Even though they were rational and calm, in front of such huge profits, they had no choice but to compete until their necks turned red. After dozens of items were auctioned, some low-level Gu immortals could no longer compete, some were covered in sweat, some were pale, some were on the verge of collapse. The competition was not just about wealth, it was also a psychological battle. Gradually, rank 6 Gu immortals became fewer and fewer. Rank 6 Gu immortals usually had hundreds of immortal yuan stone in their savings, while rank 7 Gu immortals had thousands or even tens of thousands. At rank 8, they would definitely have tens of thousands. Old cultivators might even have hundreds of thousands of immortal yuan stone in their hands. The higher their cultivation level, the more resources they would have. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals had weak foundations. Fortunately, they had resources to offset the price, otherwise, most of them would have been eliminated already. Fan Yuan only had a few hundred immortal yuan stone in his possession. He tried occasionally, but he rarely succeeded, most of them failed, he waited patiently. Finally, he heard Qin Baixing announce. Next, the Immortal Gu auction will begin. The main event is here. Fan Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, the other Gu immortals also became energetic. The previous auction was only a prelude. The main dish was finally on stage. Chapter 757. Qin Baixing stood on the stage. He took out several mortal Gu and threw them into the hall. Some Gu immortals caught these mortal Gu and showed puzzled expressions. Qin Baixing continued. The auction of immortal Gu is very important. The items that are auctioned earlier have more advantages, they have a higher chance of being exchanged for immortal Gu. Thus, to be fair, this auction will not follow the order. I have specially prepared these mortal Gu. They can be used to point to an immortal Gu auction item that is recorded. As for which item to point to, it is completely random, there is no possibility of someone manipulating it. Now everyone please inspect these mortal Gu. These words caused a good response. The Gu immortals took turns inspecting the mortal Gu as they conversed. This is a good method. I was worried earlier that my immortal Gu would be left behind, it would not be good for the auction. Qin Baixing is not simple, this auction has covered all aspects. If he really tampered with it, I will admit it. Anyway, I can see that there are no problems. After this set of mortal Gu was inspected by the Gu immortals in the hall, it was sent to a secret room. Soon, it was Fan Yuan's turn. Fan Yuan inspected it personally. There were no problems. After the goo immortals in the secret room finished inspecting, this set of mortal goo was sent to a single room. The rank 8 goo immortals were almost all in a single room. After they inspected it, the mortal goo were sent to Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing did not continue the auction, he asked. Is there anyone else who has concerns? Why don't you inspect it again? As expected, some goo immortals requested to inspect it again. Some of them had already inspected it earlier. There were no problems with this set of mortal goo. But it was in everyone's hands. What if someone tampered with it during this process? The goo immortals were meticulous in their thinking. They wanted to inspect it again. After this inspection, there was nothing wrong with it. The highlight of the immortal goo auction was about to begin. Qin Baixing activated this set of mortal goo in front of everyone. Immediately, colorful lights flickered, smoke rose and gathered in the air, forming into the words hidden luck. I have chosen it. Then the first immortal goo is stealth luck immortal goo, Qin Baixing said loudly. Concealment luck immortal goo was originally a middle or lower auction item. To think that the first one would be auctioned. Tai Bai Yinxing held the east window goo and muttered after inspecting it. At the same time, many goo immortals were doing the same thing. The ranking recorded in the east window goo. That's not really the order. It was very likely that he would be the next one. It was time to use his immortal goo. As for those who were ranked last, they could only blame their bad luck. This method was very fair. None of the immortals present had any objections. Even the rank 8 goo immortal great experts acknowledged this. On the stage, lights and shadows changed, showing the external appearance of concealment luck immortal goo. Qin Baixing introduced. Everyone can see, this goo looks like a white longhorn beetle. It was about the size of half a palm. It was a rank 6 luck path immortal goo that could conceal one's luck. The auctioneer wanted a metal path defensive immortal goo. Who has a metal path defensive immortal goo? You can participate in the bidding. There is no limit to the minimum price. Conceal luck immortal goo, concealing one's luck. Luck path has luck inspection goo. It can observe other people's luck path foundation. There is also concealment luck goo. It can conceal one's luck and prevent others from seeing it. This concealment luck goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. It can counter rank 6 luck inspection goo. Even though its effect is good, it is too limited. In the hall, the goo immortals discussed softly, but no one bid. If luck path was prosperous and widespread, so be it. But ever since Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he had been keeping it to himself, causing luck path mortal goo to be very rare. Especially concealment luck immortal goo, it could only display its value when the opponent had luck inspection immortal goo. This immortal goo's usage was too limited, it had a low price-performance ratio. The goo immortals were not fools, how could they bid carelessly? Damn it! The goo immortal who had concealment luck immortal goo was a female goo immortal. She sat in a single room, biting her lips as she helplessly watched as her concealment luck immortal goo was not auctioned. Nobody wanted to buy it. The first immortal goo was actually not auctioned. This was unexpected. Qin Baixing's expression sank. He used his mortal goo to choose the second auction item. Light flash, turning into a cicada immortal goo. This cicada was not as exquisite as spring-autumn cicada. It had a large head and wide abdomen. Its body was shining with silver light. This is Heavenly Gong immortal goo, rank 6 sound path. I want to exchange for transformation path immortal goo, Qin Baixing said. In the hall, a goo immortal saw this goo and shouted furiously. Heavenly Gong immortal goo! This immortal goo was mine, but He Lang Zi snatched it away. He Lang Zi, come out now! So be it, do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Lang Zi walked out with a sinister smile. It is He Lang Zi after all, a famous lone cultivator of Northern Plains demonic path. I heard that he obtained thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance, thus he can snatch other people's immortal goo. This person was raised by a female wolf. His nature is like a wild beast. He is cruel and sinister. He acts alone. He is very different from ordinary people. Old ancestors Shui who had once tried to recruit him, but he rejected him. The Gu immortals discussed. He Langzi crossed his arms as he walked into the hall, sitting down in front of the roaring Gu immortal. The Gu immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other locations. You! The roaring Gu immortal pointed at He Langzi. His face was red, his body was shaking from anger. What about me? He Langzi licked his lips, his gaze was ruthless and had a hint of mockery. Old Xiong, you are a sound path Gu immortal. If you don't bid now, when will you? I happen to have a transformation path immortal Gu here. It is called Demon Weasel Skin. After using it, the human skin can turn into the skin of a heart demon weasel. Free Scholar's voice suddenly came from a single room. Heart demon weasel was a desolate beast. It usually had wisdom path Gu worms on its body. Demon weasel skin could counter wisdom path attacks. After Free Scholar killed a heart demon weasel, he used its skin to refine this Gu. But he already had a method to defend against wisdom path attacks. This Gu was not a problem, thus he took it out now. Demon weasel skin. If I gather demon weasel bones, demon weasel blood, and other related immortal Gu, I can unleash the immortal killer move Heart Demon Weasel Transformation. He Langzi's gaze flashed as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths. Killer moves were easy to obtain. As long as one gathered an entire set of immortal Gu, they would be able to create an immortal killer move. Thus, when exchanging for transformation path immortal Gu, there were more considerations than other paths. He Langzi himself had 3 sets of wolf transformation immortal killer moves. He could turn into 3 different desolate beast wolves. He had great battle strength. Even though the heart demon weasel form was similar to a wolf, He Langzi wanted to develop into fighting in water. Thus, He Langzi shook his head. He did not speak. Qin Baixing had been paying attention. Seeing this, he asked, "Are there any other Gu immortals willing to bid? I have a moon demon bat claw immortal Gu. It can turn one's hand into a moon demon bat's claw." Feng Jioge said. "It is Princess Impatience's subordinate, Fairy Yulan. Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path Gu immortal? Why does she want the sound path heavenly gong immortal Gu? She is representing the rank 8 great expert Princess Impatience. This bid might very well be Princess Impatience's intention." The Gu immortals started to make guesses. Nobody knew that the so-called Sword Master Yulan was actually Feng Jioge's impersonation. Feng Jioge was a sound path Gu immortal. He needed heavenly gong immortal Gu. He Langzi did not speak. He shook his head. Moon Demon Bat Claw immortal Gu represented the immortal killer move Moon Demon Bat transformation in the future. But He Langzi was not good at aerial combat. He hated the sky. This was because when he was young, he grew up in a wolf's den. He learned to run on 4 legs from a wolf mother, and used his teeth to bite. Most wolves were land beasts, they could not fly. Qin Baixing suddenly had a feeling. He said, "A Gu immortal in the first secret room has made a bid, 1 grand smoke turtle armor immortal Gu, along with accurate information regarding ascending heaven plane." He Langzi's gaze flashed. He raised his head. Grand Smoke Turtle was a desolate beast of the sea. It fit his expectations. But this turtle was specialized in illusion concealment. It was slow and had weak defense. It was different from He Langzi's fighting style. "Ascending Heaven Plane, what is this place?" He Langzi asked. Even though he had strong battle strength, he was a loner. He did not trust any human Gu immortal. Thus, he did not have enough information. "Humph, ignorant!" Gu immortal Xiongyan sneered. He did not give up this chance to attack He Langzi. "Ascending Heaven Plane is a place. As long as one passes through it, even mortals can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason why the legendary Northern Dark Eye Soul was able to enter the Black Heaven was through the Ascending Heaven Plane," Qin Baixing patiently explained. "So that's it." He Langzi's heart moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator. He had to fight for every cultivation resource. But Northern 9 Heavens was already lacking in resources. It was controlled by super forces. And the immemorial 9 Heavens were separated by the heavenly wind Qi Wall. Only Gu immortals with strong battle strength could forcefully break through and explore the 9 Heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 Heavens, only White Heaven and Black Heaven were left, the other heavens were in ruins, some were even completely destroyed. But be it the complete heaven or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, resources were abundant. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind-chi wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get information about ascending heaven plane. He Lang Zi got more excited as he thought about it. While he was thinking, another 2 Gu immortals took out transformation path immortal Gu and competed. Among them was Gu immortal Xiong who had shouted in the auction hall earlier and wanted to tear He Lang Zi to pieces. A total of 5 Gu immortals were competing for 1 immortal Gu. Both sides continued to compete. They added immortal Yuan stones, or rare resources, or added lost Gu recipes, or gave large beast groups. Eventually, He Lang Zi chose the first secret room's bid. He obtained glorious smoke turtle armor immortal Gu, information about ascending heaven plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the Gu immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baixing passed the information to him. After He Lang Zi obtained information about ascending heaven plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. Chapter 758. What, is there a mistake in ascending heaven plane's information? Qin Baixing's expression changed as he asked. This was a matter that concerned his auction. According to the agreement, no matter if it was a transaction, it could not be false. If there was information, it meant that there was a real location. No. He Lang Zi's expression was grim. He did not want to say anything, but he looked like he had suffered a loss. Where is that water wolf group? He asked again. They are somewhere in the blessed land, Qin Baixing said. Bring me there. He Lang Zi said coldly. Qin Baixing waved his hand and teleported He Lang Zi somewhere else. The latter counted the number. Seeing that there was no mistake, he collected the water wolf group, but did not return to the auction. He left in advance. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf cub's expression, I feel so good. In the first secret room, Murong Jin Xiao laughed loudly. Beside him, the rank 8 Gu immortal from Eastern Sea was sitting leisurely, playing with Heavenly Gong immortal Gu. Thank you for your help. That He Lang Zi saw that ascending heaven plane was in Eastern Sea but he could not go. He must be furious. Murong Jin Xiao thanked him. No need to thank me. My daughter is skilled in sound path, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I have no intention of teaching He Lang Zi a lesson. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea. I know its exact location. How did the Gu immortal in the first secret room know about it? Fan Yuan had some doubts in his mind. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. I think it is Murong tribe. Soon, Fan Yuan put down his doubts. Because Qin Baixing had already chosen his third immortal Gu for auction. It was Fan Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Gu. Qin Baixing said loudly. Rising Azure Cloud immortal Gu, rank 6 cloud path, specialized in moving up and down. The auctioneer wants a strength path immortal Gu. Now, those who are interested, please actively bid. Fan Yuan was already a strength path Gu immortal. This was a fact, it was set in stone. Even if his strength path was weak, he could only walk on this path to the end. And because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, when he revives, his first aperture is going to become a time path Gu immortal. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. The reason why Fan Yuan chose the strength path in the early stages of his rebirth was because of the strength path. Just for the transition. In the end, due to a freak combination of factors, the situation forced him to become an immortal through strength. Even because of the true meaning of the reckless savage. His strength path realm had also skyrocketed to Grandmaster level, reaching the same level as Fan Yuan's blood path in his previous life. This was something Fan Yuan had not expected. Fan Yuan would rather give up the path of blood than give up the Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was true that he was a blood path Grandmaster, but he was not the only blood path Grandmaster. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was the only one. Red Lotus Demon Venerable treated it as his vital Gu. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. But if Fan Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he still had a long way to go. He lacked Time Path foundation and was not a Time Path Gu immortal. With the current situation, Fan Yuan had an immortal zombie body, and it was still a long time before he could revive. If he wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Gu. This is Star Desolate Hound Strength Gu. It can obtain the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu here. I will also throw in 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil, a Chi Grand Lion Strength Gu, and 5 drops of Rule I blood. Bidding noises continued to resound. A Gu Immortal's bid made the hall buzz. Rule I blood! Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, the Rule I calamity. Only by piercing the Rule I can this blood be obtained. This blood is a genuine immortal material. It can be used as the main material of a rank 6 immortal Gu, or as a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal Gu. Fan Yuan shook his head. Although Rule I blood was precious, 5 drops were too little. He sighed inwardly. Although Strength Path was declining, there were still many Strength Path immortal Gu. If not for this auction, he would not be able to see so many Strength Path immortal Gu. Compared to the other 4 regions, Northern Plains Gu immortals usually had the lowest wealth. But even so, after accumulating for so many years, their wealth could not be underestimated. Gu immortals had many good things, but they usually kept them to themselves and hid them. Especially immortal Gu, once they were exposed, they would be targeted, thus they hid them even deeper. Only in the auction would these Gu immortals expose them. Otherwise, why would they say that the auction was a rare opportunity? They had to cherish it and grasp it with all their strength. A total of 5 Gu immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu. After a few rounds, there were 2 who stopped bidding. Not long after, the 3rd Gu immortal left. Only 2 were left to compete. But before they could decide the winner, Fan Yuan had already sent a message to Qin Baixing. Alright, let's choose the 3rd person, that Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu. An auction involving Immortal Gu was different from ordinary auctions. Firstly, Immortal Gu were unique. Secondly, business was not developed. There was no true currency. Thirdly, Gu immortals had different types of resources. Many precious immortal materials were hard to appraise. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. The buyers would bid against each other to attract and move the seller. The winner of the auction might not necessarily obtain the item. To sum it up, it was a seller's market. Immortal Gu were unique. If the seller did not sell them, where could they buy them? A moment later, Fan Yuan and that Gu immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Gu, while Fan Yuan obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu, as well as a large number of immortal materials, which matched the list of materials listed by Land Spirit of Langia. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu was because this was the only bird strength, the rest were land beast strength. Fan Yuan had true solid bat wings now, which matched the strength of a bird. If he could use Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu while flying, it would have the effect of some immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud, the 4th item was a Fire Path Immortal Gu. Once this Gu appeared, it caused a commotion in the auction. Even the rank 8 Gu Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster made a move. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 Gu Immortals or ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals compare to rank 8 Gu Immortals? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the final winner. He risked offending a rank 8 Great Expert because the seller was moved by the rare immortal materials offered by the buyer. Immortal materials varied greatly. There were more types than stars in the sky. Even 5 Elements Grandmaster could not include all of them. But precisely because of this, everyone in the auction had a chance. It was even more exciting. The 5th and 6th items were Metal Path Immortal Gu. The auction hall's atmosphere became more heated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 paths were the mainstream. They were more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were the lowest. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained 1 Metal Path Gu Worm, while the remaining one was won by Qin Baixing. He was not only the host. He was also one of the buyers. Time continued to pass, and mortal goo were bought and sold one after another. This was a rare occasion in northern plains for hundreds of years. In the historical records, there had been such occasions. But the scale was much smaller than this. Most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower allowed most goo immortals to gain something. This led to such a large-scale auction. Rarely seen immortal goo appeared one after another. Northern Plains goo immortals took the chance to gain some benefits. Next is the 23rd item. Worldly Wave Trace. This goo is rank 6 used for movement. Qin Baixing was still introducing when two goo immortals' eyes brightened. It's finally here! Worldly Wave Trace, the core immortal goo of Water Pavilion. I will do my best to obtain it. Feng Jioge lightly clenched his fists. In the first secret room. Worldly Wave Trace, not bad. I did not pay attention to it for so long in vain. I already have the relevant immortal goo recipe, as long as I obtain it. I can refine Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo. Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens at will. It will reduce the expenditure of breaking the heavenly wind chi wall. The rank 8 goo immortal from Eastern Sea was already moved. The usefulness of an immortal goo varied from person to person. For Feng Jioge, it was one of the cores of constructing the rank 7 immortal goo house Water Pavilion. For Eastern Sea's goo immortals, it could lead them to a path of golden benefits that led to the immemorial 9 heavens. These two choices, it was hard to say which was more important. I have Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo. 1 Peach Wolf Strength Goo. 1 Roar Whale Strength Goo. The goo immortals bid. Feng Jioge waited patiently for a while. Seeing that the rank 6 goo immortals in the hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Sword Master Yulan's voice, he said, I also have a strength path immortal goo called Pulling Mountain. It can pull mountains. I will throw in 150 kilograms of heaven gold. Heaven gold? Incredible, this is an immortal material on par with Rulai blood. It can only be produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms at once, it is much more than those 5 drops of Rulai blood. Did I hear wrongly? Suddenly, the hall shook slightly. Feng Jioge took out a huge reward, but once he did, he scared off almost all the competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven gold was not a joke, it was extremely valuable. But this was only almost. In the first secret room, the Eastern Sea goo immortal snorted in displeasure. He used his mortal goo and made another bid. A strength path immortal goo, overturning river, and another 250 kilograms of split divine water. Crazy, 250 kilograms of split divine water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 immortal goo. Split divine water can completely match heaven gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Jioge's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly. With Sword Master Yulan's identity, he had less worries, he said in front of everyone. What else does the seller need, be it materials, goo recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves? Just state it. Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the goo immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Princess Impatience. It seems that Princess Impatience wants to bid for this immortal goo. Even that Eastern Sea goo immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly, his fighting spirit was roused. Princess Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Sword Master Yulan, wanting to challenge Princess Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Fan Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land's Spirit of Langia, before secretly giving it to Qin Baixing. After Qin Baixing received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the third time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price, asking for sky-high prices. Chapter 759. Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Fang Yuan tossed out, Feng Zhouge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sigu immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Jin Shao, who was beside him, "How many refinement path grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains?" The list was filled with refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Fan Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only refinement path Gu immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao answered without hesitation. There are 4 refinement grandmasters in Northern Plains. The first to bear the brunt was Yao Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang. According to rumors, his refinement path attainment had already surpassed Grandmaster, reaching quasi-great Grandmaster level. The second is Murong Clan's Gu immortal, Murong Shuexiang. He had once successfully refined a snow path immortal Gu. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Gu from many demonic path Gu immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miaoli. She is skilled in refining enslavement path Gu worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Gu immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Gu refinement materials, even if he asks for a sky-high price. We can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Gu immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now, this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious. It's simply unfathomable. Qin Baixing's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Gu immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai. Eastern Sea Gu immortals, even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal and Murong Jin Shao concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary. But there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him. And this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Baixing guessed. To some extent, he had guessed correctly. Because behind Fan Yuan was the land spirit of Langia, Long-Hair Ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 Thunder Sound leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhouge made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The Thunder Sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, Thunder Sound leaves had always been rare and precious. Hard to get. This was because ordinary Gu immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Shao Qin was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the Thunder Sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the Thunder Sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, Thunder Sound leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Zhouge took out 150 Thunder Sound leaves. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal laughed lightly. Is Prince's impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 Thundersound leaves. After pausing for a moment, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal shouted, I am willing to offer 360 Heaven-Flying Jade. Heaven-Flying Jade, it is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent, it is like a bird or beast, it can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 Heaven-Flying Jade at once, it satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal was also feeling heartache. Once, he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 Heaven-Flying Jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Feng Jioge snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him. They had to obtain Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo no matter what. Taking out 360 Heaven-Flying Jade at once, it showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Feng Jioge? He was the publicly recognized number 1 person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 Goo Immortals. With Spirit Affinity House as his backing, and after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 Goo Immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Feng Jioge would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Feng Jioge did not hesitate, bidding again. I will add 10,000 Star Pupil. Star Pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial 9 heavens. It could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky. As the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds, there were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones. There were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems. The starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus, it was called Star Pupil. Feng Jioge's bid shocked the Goo Immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal Goo. I was wrong. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Sword Master Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal heard Feng Jioge's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack. Even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality. A broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal said. Fan Yuan thought about it. The voice in the first secret room was right, it was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langia gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langia did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Feng Jioge smiled coldly. He continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including Realm Sand, Sun Salt, Plain Fire, and Starhan Wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list. But the variety was shocking. A Goo Immortal sighed. Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Goo Immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice. This is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Goo Immortal in the first secret room has a huge background, he will not give up so easily. Feng Jioge's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list. He probably cultivates refinement path. Goo refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers. I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Jioge continued to bid, listing a large number of immortal materials. The Goo Immortals in the hall were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Jioge or the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Goo Immortal Murong Jin Xiao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These two lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth path. He needed all 5 path Goo worms. He had wanted to bid for water path Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Fan Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Fan Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be 2 winners in this auction. Fan Yuan was not overjoyed, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool, they were pursuing Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo so intensely, it meant that this Immortal Goo could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal chi. The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed, it was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal chi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Goo Immortals can get drunk from it, it can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal chi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal chi is sold in 2 grams. Since when is it being sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Goo Immortal was truly rich. This heavy blow made Feng Jioge's expression turn grim. Feng Jioge knew the value of this drunken immortal chi. 5 kilograms was simply too shocking. Feng Jioge hesitated. If he were to bid again, it would be worth at least 5 kilograms of drunken immortal chi. He could not help but think calmly, asking himself, is it worth it to pay such a price for 1 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo? Of course it was worth it! Water Pavilion had been the hope of Spirit Affinity House for many years. Although Spirit Affinity House had all the recipes of Water Pavilion, Mortal Goo were easy to refine, but the 3 Immortal Goo were unique. In order to get closer to Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House's mission details were clear. Every core Immortal Goo they retrieved would have a huge mission reward. In that case, let's do it. Feng Jioge thought rapidly. After making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and took out another Immortal Goo. This is the Strength Path Immortal Goo Pulling Water. He bid. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall erupted with commotion. The Goo Immortals discussed. Many Goo Immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Sword Master Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baixing was also a little dazed, he asked. Exchanging 2 for 1, Fairy Yulan, is this your intention? Precisely. Since Feng Jioge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Jioge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Jioge was a Sound Path Goo Immortal. Why did he have 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo? In fact, he had far more than these 2 Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge had led more than 10 Goo Immortals to Northern Plains secretly. He had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many Immortal Goo as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Goo Immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many Immortal Goo from their sects with the intention of exchanging for Goo. After all, Goo worms were hard to snatch. A Goo master could easily make a Goo worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal goo were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal goo were from obscure paths. For example, strength path, chi path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baixing had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Jioge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say, this time, Feng Jioge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision, it was a premeditated action. In the current world, strength path was not flourishing, it was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate strength path even if they were beaten to death, using these goo worms to exchange for other goo worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's goo immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Jioge. After all, Feng Jioge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's goo immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains to participate in this auction. It was completely personal. Feng Jioge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up. So he made a final effort and bid. "I will add a giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg." Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. "The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 goo immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly, it was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The goo immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice, an immortal goo and an ancient desolate beast. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, it is hard to choose between them. Immortal goo are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful. Especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast." Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea goo immortals stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Feng Jioge was trading 2 for 1. He was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea goo immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down, everyone was waiting for Fan Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end, and who did immortal goo worldly wave trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Fan Yuan thought about it, and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baixing. Qin Baixing nodded and announced, "The seller has decided to sell worldly wave trace immortal goo to Fair Yulan." Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. "It is reasonable that Fair Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal goo require a lot of immortal essence. This worldly wave trace immortal goo, which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price, exchanging 1 immortal goo for 2 immortal goo. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, the Princess Impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools, since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit." Not just them, Fan Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this sword master Yulan in buying worldly wave trace immortal goo at such a high price. Princess Impatience. The Eastern Sea goo immortal muttered this name, his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path immortal goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically, most of the goo immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier. Many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Princess Impatience was a transformation path goo cultivator, Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baixing was helpless about this. He could only smile bitterly to himself. After that, it was a downturn. After all, Feng Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals' bidding had a domineering aura. Everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Fan Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of Immortal Goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Fan Yuan checked them, the quantity and quality were all correct. The 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo were cooperated by Feng Jioge. They had already been completely refined by Fan Yuan, becoming his own. Similarly, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was in Feng Jioge's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. After so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Jioge sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal Goo were auctioned one by one. After some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item. Strength Path Immortal Goo Cauldron Strength. This is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Goo. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Qin Baixing said loudly. The Goo Immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength Path was already declining, few people cultivated it, thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Enduring Affection of Children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chu Du. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is so hoarse. To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chu Du is a famous Strength Path expert. Why would Qin Baixing not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Feng Jioge drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on Domination Immortal Chu Du. It was voluminous, and contained a lot of information. Feng Jioge attached great importance to it. Chu Du was a rare Strength Path Goo Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new Strength Path. Strength Path was a huge path, it had once been glorious. Right now, Strength Path was divided into Beast Strength Phantom Style, Weather Heaven and Earth Style, and Human Strength June Strength Style. Beast Strength Phantom Style was Bull Strength, Tiger Strength, and so on. The Strength Path Immortal Goo that Fan Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, belonged to this path. Weather Heaven and Earth Style was Wind Strength, Water Strength, Fire Strength, and so on. For example, when Fan Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. They belonged to this path. Human Strength June Strength Style was Jin Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Jin Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, Strength of 100 June Goo, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chu Du alone. He led the trend and allowed the old Strength Path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, Human Strength June Strength Style was the mainstream of Strength Path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Goo Masters had a foundation in Strength Path. Almost all of them used Jin Strength Goo, Strength of 10 Jin Goo, Strength of June Goo, Strength of 10 June Goo, and so on. It could be said that Domination Immortal Chu Du alone changed the current situation of Strength Path. He influenced the situation of all the Goo cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Feng Jioge had to pay attention to him, a lot of attention in fact. Northern Plains has many battles, it is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Jioge's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world, this was the pride of a true man. At this time, a voice resounded. 1 delight in water and mountain immortal goo, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Guh. Fong Jioge spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes were wide open. He no longer had his calm expression earlier. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo! He gasped. Damn it, the thing I was worried about still happened. Immortal goo could be auctioned. They could also be used as bargaining chips to exchange for other immortal goo. If not for this, the immortal goo in the records would be stuck and could not be traded. It would be very detrimental to the auction. Fong Jioge naturally understood this rule. He was also the most worried. Whatever he was worried about happened. Fan Yuan had a need for strength path immortal goo. He had been paying attention to this strength path immortal goo for a long time. Throwing out delight in water and mountain immortal goo now was one of his original plans. Heaven Pillar Wind Path. Facing Fan Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his bid. Heaven Pillar Wind was very special. It originated from green heaven. It was shaped like a giant pillar, extremely tall and long. When Heaven Pillar Wind blew, it would not move, it would blow on the spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had a high value. It was not inferior to the 150 Thundersound leaves that Fong Jioge had bid earlier. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fan Yuan muttered. He had a realization. It seems that you are my greatest competitor this time. Chapter 761. 10th Secret Room bids for a complete heavenly dragon skeleton and 30 tails of earth fiend powder. Qin Baixing stood on the platform, announcing loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid for a heaven pillar wind when the Goo Immortal in the 10th Secret Room immediately increased the bid without hesitation. This is a formidable opponent. Chu Du sighed inwardly. Earlier, Fong Jioge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal competed, eventually exchanging 2 for 1. The 10th Secret Room gained quite a lot. This was something everyone in the auction knew. Chu Du felt some pressure. He was an old generation Goo cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He had a deep foundation. At his peak, he had over 10,000 immortal yuan stone. But times had changed. Chu Du's immortal aperture underwent tribulation recently, but his foundation became thinner because of it. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered White Heaven to explore, replenishing his resources. In the end, he made some gains, but he was injured. To heal his injuries, he borrowed other people's immortal goo. He expended a lot of them. He made a loss in the end. The immemorial 9 heavens were rich in resources, but it was also a dangerous place. To gain something, one had to take risks. Thus, Chu Du was short of money now. But Strength Path Defensive Immortal Goo are rare. I have been a Strength Path Goo Immortal for so many years, but I have only encountered one today. If I do not try to get it, I will regret it in the future. Chu Du thought of this and gritted his teeth, continuing to bid. But no matter how much he bid, Fan Yuan kept on bidding. After a few rounds, Chu Du could not hold on any longer. He secretly sent a message to Qin Baixing, wanting to communicate with the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baixing was surprised, but his expression did not change. He secretly asked Fan Yuan. After getting Fan Yuan's permission, only then did Chu Du send a letter to Secret Room number 10. In the letter, if Fan Yuan could withdraw from the competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du would owe Fan Yuan a favor. He would do something of equivalent value for Fan Yuan in the future. If Fan Yuan did not believe it, he could use an immortal goo to make an oath. Not only that, Chu Du would also provide Fan Yuan with precious information on how to obtain Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Fan Yuan was pleasantly surprised as he read the letter. Domination Immortal Chu Du's letter was undoubtedly to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, but he did not have enough wealth. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate with Fan Yuan. Of course, Fan Yuan would not agree. He was also a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He naturally wanted this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. As for the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true intent, Fan Yuan also had a rough understanding of it. In fact, he was someone who had personally benefited from it. I had originally thought that Domination Immortal Chu Du was very wealthy, But I didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed that he was out of luck. It was the lowest point. Fan Yuan snickered as he made another bid, adding a huge counterweight. Chu Du gritted his teeth and joined in the bidding, but the items he used were all scraped together. Fan Yuan bid again. He used a rank 7 immortal material. It could be used as the main material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. It was very expensive. Chu Du sighed. Unwilling to give up, he gathered all sorts of materials again, bidding for many rank 6 immortal materials. Its total value was equivalent to Fan Yuan's rank 7 immortal material. This time, the goo immortals in the hall could see some clues. Strange, Lord Chu Du seems to be struggling. I vaguely heard that Domination Immortal underwent a tribulation several months ago. It seems that this tribulation injured him deeply. Chu Du had once borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chu Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him. That was Feng Jioge. This Domination Immortal is too incompetent. Feng Jioge was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu Du would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu Du was famous. But he did not have much wealth now. Feng Jioge could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Fan Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo are in the hands of the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the Imperial Court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now, the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly asked him or her to buy Delight in Water and Mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the immortal goo, that would be even worse. Feng Jioge continued to think. He was a strategist. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Sword Master Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again, if the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Jioge had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point. Even if Feng Jioge succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo. He would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Jioge's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move. It was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple. If Feng Jioge's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience could announce that he did not know anything. It would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Feng Jioge finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal Chu Du. The Goo immortals in the single rooms and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Baixing as the middleman to contact Fan Yuan. As long as the Goo immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Sword Master Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's Impatience once. In the letter, Feng Jioge said directly, he was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. But he had a request. he hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material true heaven silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of white heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of true heaven silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Sword Master Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Feng Jioge's true motive. But he had always been eager to obtain Cauldron's strength immortal goo. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Jioge, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the true heaven silver. With Feng Jioge's help, Chu Du had confidence. He started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Fan Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Feng Jioge. But now, because of Fan Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Changyang. Both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron's strength immortal goo. Feng Jioge's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Feng Jioge, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least, but achieved his goal of obstructing Fan Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Fan Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Feng Jioge to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Feng Jioge had no choice but to persevere, while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo is going to repeat itself. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be very interested in this strength goo. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a strength path immortal goo. Opposing Chu Du, either side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the goo immortals discussed. Fan Yuan could not sit still anymore. He left his seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope, that's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible! Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Fan Yuan frowned as he thought deeply. He had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Fan Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Fan Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head, before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. He thought while bidding. After 2 exchanges, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in his eyes. He had some gains from his earlier thoughts. He had some guesses. I must get this Cauldron strength immortal goo! Fan Yuan shouted, putting up a brave front. What else does the seller need? Just state it. I will try my best to satisfy them. Same here, what does the seller need? State it. Chu Du was silent for a while before following up without showing any weakness. The main hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple, he is directly challenging Chu Du. As expected, it has started. Is there going to be a second wave? This was the situation during the auction of Worldly Wave Trace Goo. Now, let's see what the seller needs. The seller did not think for long, immediately stating a new request, a Wisdom Path inheritance. Seeing this request, Chu Du smiled bitterly. He did not have any Wisdom Path inheritance. Wisdom Path had been passed down for a long time, but it had always been passed down to only one person. It was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the intense competition and became greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Jioge also smiled bitterly. He had many immortal goo, but the seller's request for a Wisdom Path inheritance was truly difficult for him. Wisdom Path was extremely rare. Only a few sects among the 10 great ancient sects had a few Wisdom Path inheritances. Fan Yuan had offered a high price in jewel yellow skies for a Wisdom Path inheritance, but he had never gotten it. In the end, he was lucky and only obtained an incomplete inheritance, and the other party urgently needed an ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path goo worms, but wisdom path inheritances were very rare. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Fan Yuan threw out earlier, most goo immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path goo immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, neither did Feng Jioge. Fan Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, no one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal goo are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance? Hee. This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength immortal goo will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal goo is not auctioned, according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of cauldron strength immortal goo also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baixing received the seller's transmission and announced, "A wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. Even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better." Fan Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room, his voice was heard. "I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me." Chu Du heard Fan Yuan's voice and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Sword Master Yulan. In his opinion, Sword Master Yulan had the support of Princess Impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any now. He quickly used whole earth goo in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 Central Continent goo immortals. The 9 Central Continent goo immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path goo immortal. The other was Qingjin Qi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock, a flying Grand Master. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the two's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom Path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Qingjunqi were not from the same sect as Feng Jioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Jioge finally reached an agreement with Qingjunqi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material True Heaven Silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere True Heaven Silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, There is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning immortal goo, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, I do not have an inheritance. I will withdraw from this auction. Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Sword Master Yulan and Princess Impatience. They were only helping him because of the true Heaven's Silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of true Heaven's Silver? That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Fan Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Jioge's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once, Fan Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Jioge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Jioge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Jioge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Feng Yuan's. If not for this, he, Feng Jioge, would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Jioge had many similarities with Fan Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Fan Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baixing made the first bid for Fan Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baixing suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Goo Immortals in the hall interested again. Another mysterious Goo Immortal is bidding. 11th Secret Room actually offered such a high price. The auction is indeed very deep. Since when did Strength Path Immortal Goo become so popular? Everyone is competing for them? Qin Baixing was even more curious than the others. He knew that Tai Baiyunxing and Fan Yuan came together. They should be in the same group. Why did they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Not just him, even the person involved, Tai Baiyunxing, was confused. He had only just received Fan Yuan's message, thus he made the bid. In any case, the seller could only choose one person to transact. Whether it was Fan Yuan or Tai Baiyunxing, they would only get one price. From start to finish, Fan Yuan did not violate the rules of the auction. In the 10th secret room, Fan Yuan sat on his seat, his fingers tapping on the large handle. He closed his eyes, leaving only a slit as he made another bid, competing with Tai Baiyunxing. After bidding several times, Tai Baiyunxing put together all sorts of things, showing his lack of financial resources. Next, he purposely remained silent before bidding, showing his hesitation. After bidding a few more times, Tai Baiyunxing received Qin Baixing's notice. After getting his permission, Tai Baiyunxing received a letter from someone else. The content of this letter was roughly the same as the one he had written to Domination Immortal. With the reason that he fancied a certain precious immortal material in Tai Baiyunxing's bid, seeing that Tai Baiyunxing was not strong enough, he was willing to sponsor him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, as you expected, someone is willing to sponsor me. Tai Baiyunxing immediately reported this matter to Fan Yuan. Oh? Fan Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, subconsciously straightening his back. Who is it? Sword Master Yulan. Sword Master Yulan? Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Sword Master Yulan. Princess Impatience. He could not sit still, directly stood up, and started pacing. Fan Yuan's arrangement just now was just a test that stemmed from some kind of guess. Now that the test had a result, this result made Fan Yuan feel very surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du must have received sponsorship to compete with me. This person is very likely to be Sword Master Yulan. If it is really her, why did she sponsor Chu Du first, and then Tai Bai Yunxing for what? I am afraid it is not because of the immortal material, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into the hands of others. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, so I sold it. If it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he will not sell Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo if he needs it. Sword Master Yulan had spent a huge sum earlier, using 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo to buy Worldly Wave Trace Goo. Now she is thinking of ways to stop my Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo for what? The answer had already flashed in his mind. That was the Rank 7 Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion. Fan Yuan paced as he pondered. After a while, he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look. The secret room had a picturesque scenery, but Fan Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, as if he could see through layers of illusions. He could see the many Goo immortals in the hall, Sword Master Yulan in the single room, and even the central continent outside of Northern Plains. Fan Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He sneered in his heart. Amazing, this is a great investment. In my previous life, during the 5 Regions Chaotic War, a certain Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House successfully attracted Prince's Impatience with his emotions. Prince's Impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains Goo immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's Impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioga had vaguely familiar face disguise. Fan Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioga and the other Goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path Goo immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Fan Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.